know the half of it. I got dreams of looking up, high as I can get, but nothing feels like how it feels to know these things I don't know yet. The weight of everything, and everything's a threat. Sometimes I'm trapped inside and I don't know what I'm gonna do. But to take on the world is the only thing that we know how to do. I've got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and everywhere we go it leads to an open door. We've made our mistakes, the good and bad days, but nothing really breaks if I got you. Look at the sky when you go outside, and know there is nothing to keep me back from you. I got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and know that there's nothing, and everywhere we go we're leading to an open door. Keep me back, keep me back, keep me back. Sunrise, looming afterlife, daylight, dawn comes as a surprise. I am so hurt, I see heaven's light. Through the chaos, you're still on my mind. When the sky falls down, we'll make it out together. When the world ends here, we'll disappear forever. When the sky I
at the world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a Lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना करीब, तू बेटे चीप, जो अभी तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe, you gonna bleed, pick up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. What do you see? I'm more than average man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसे मैं tarantula. ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खोदी. क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त ने मौर्य या दिला तू लोरियां. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way, I'll leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Hello and welcome to the OMEN VALORANT Challenges South Asia 2025.
Virtually no velocity moving this right.
और हाथ में एक शरीफ एंगल ऐसा बट बैट है एक बड़ी हंड्रेड से लगाई बट की जस्ट पुशिंग इट डाउन एक करके फ्रैग इन्हें हमारा देखो कंट्रोल शुरू करी है लेकिन जी पकड़ेगा शाउट स्टेप के कैटेगरी एक परफेक्ट पे एक सेकंड में कामयाब
With one train reaching its final destination, it's about time for the train in VCSA Split 3 to leave for the same station as well. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You all are watching the OMEN VALORANT Challenger South Asia 2025. It's about time for Split 3. We've had some insane action for the previous two splits. And Spardas, you have witnessed all of that.
It has been an incredible journey for all these teams, but now Split 3 is where things are gonna get even more intense. The massive prize pools, the more circuit points, the team roster shuffles, everything in the final stage, and everybody are just eyeing out for one thing: the Ascension qualifier slot.
Absolutely true, man. There's been so many changes throughout Split 1 to Split 2 to Split 3. Now we are seeing you on the English desk. So first of all, tell me, how's your experience here, my man? And how did it ended up?
Well, I don't know how I ended up here, but I just wanted to be with you for the day's segment, for especially Split 3. I just want to have that pair going on. So why not experience something new, especially when majority of the teams are experiencing a new roster shuffle in their side as well.
Oh my god, you talk about shuffles in the roster, some changes out there, but there's a big change in the prize pool itself, you know, because we've got the Split 3 prize pool to be the maximum overall, because the overall prize pool was 1.13 crore, out of which Split 1 got 26 lakhs, Split 2 29 lakh, but look at what Split 3 has got in its pocket, Spardas, and also that special prize of 4 lakh as well.
Yes, a massive 53 lakh rupees on the line. Like, this chunk of prize pool is nothing like you have seen before. And if you end up winning Split 3, you are just not gonna get an Ascension slot on your hands, or rather Ascension qualifier slot on your hand, but 24 lakhs in your back pocket as well.
I love the fact how you're mentioning about that as well, right? Because the first position team is going to get more than 50% of the prize pool in their back pocket. Yes, there will be some for the second place team as well. That's 12 lakh plus. The third place team will get 5.6 lakh plus, and so on. It will keep on reducing all the way down to the 8th place. So there's one silver lining that we always talk about. We mention in almost every segment out here that even if you end up at 7th and 8th place, you're not going out empty-handed. You still have something to eye out for. But there's another thing that these teams will eye out for, and that's going to be the total point system itself, because throughout Split 1 and Split 2 Spardas, we saw some insane numbers, but Split 3 has got something else in the bag.
If you end up winning the Split 3, 135 points, and that is going to be something you have to make sure you get on your end if you are someone who have not performed really well in the last two splits. Second point, 110, third, 90 points, but the main thing is that there are teams who have made sure that they are comfortable in the top 3 slot in the circuit points. But also keep in mind, the chunk the Split 3 is giving away, there is still a possibility that teams like Global Esports Academy, who are on the 6th spot right now, may qualify for the Ascension qualifiers.
You think about Global Esports Academy, Spardas, we were discussing about the cutoff itself, right, where it could actually go. And I think so we came to the conclusion that if you made 8th place finish for both Split 1 and Split 2, and you've got a maximum of about 30 points in your bag that Exe Esports have actually. If they end up winning this split, they get 135. The total comes out to be 165, and we were doing the same math itself for all the other teams. That is probably where the total will come. So it becomes even more important for S8UL.exe and, just as you rightly mentioned, Global Esports Academy as well, to finish up in that leaderboard. But in order to do that, you've got to go against the behemoths, man. Revenant XSpark, VLT, these teams have been looking untouchable.
Exactly, like these teams in the last 2 seasons, grand finalists, top 3s, massive circuit points on their side. But also, you have to keep in mind that Global Esports Academy, this is one of those teams which is there around the 5th and 6th slot. But if you end up somewhere around that 100-point marker, if you get something around 90 on your side this season, there is a possibility that you will end up in the top 4. But that top 4 journey will not be easy at all.
You have to make sure you end up in that top 4, yes, but in order to do that, you've got to survive through these thrashing groups. You've got Group A with Revenant XSpark, S8UL, Global Esports Academy, Exe Esports, some big names out here, and this group is full of competition, especially for Exe Esports, but Group B is looking even more deadly.
Reckoning, Velocity, .exe and Asterisk. If you are wondering how the groups are divided, it is pretty simple math. Even groups are on the Group A, odd groups are on the Group B. Teams that won Split 2, it is divided on that basis. Revenant XSpark won the Split 2, first position, Group A, Velocity and Reckoning, then shifted left and right. Overall circuit points have separated these groups. But now, the main thing is that the format is not a regular group stage.
That's
It is a double LM group stage, Skid.
My God, my boy, you are revealing out here so many things. The spoilers being sent out a few seconds early, but you know, what's the point in watching the snap if it's not exactly at the 12-minute mark? Here's the thing. Revenant XSpark up against EXO IND, SA up against Global Esports Academy, and you rightly mentioned that it is going to be a double elimination bracket. So one team that will move from upper bracket will only need to win 2 of their matches, while the one who will move to the lower bracket, yeah, that's where the solid journey is. You've got to play at least 3 of those things. One good thing is that you've got some extra chances out here, but you have to make sure that you close things out, you win things out. Now, we have been talking about brackets. Let's have a look at today's schedule itself, because we've got 2 matches today, one from Group A, one from Group B, and the one that we will focus on right now as far as is SATUL versus Global Esports Academy.
The teams who are eyeing out for that 4th slot on the Ascension qualifier list, things are definitely not easy for them. And if you talk about easy, the next matchup is Velocity versus .exe. Velocity being the second runners-up in the Split 2, something which nobody expected. Missing out a slot on the Grand Finals, on the LAN, which is a big surprise for the entire VCSA circuit. But hey, Reckoning made a clear upset, but now Velocity are there still trying to get through it. But that will be the second match. The first game, SATUL and Global Esports Academy, that is something which is going to be something really, really impressive.
And we have seen the history for both of these teams throughout Split 1, throughout Split 2. Global Esports Academy have been on the receiving end. The only major difference in the way how both of these teams played was the fact that in Split 1, it was OG who was ranked up against them. And when it came down to Split 2, we saw a big dip in their own performance, right? So I think so. We might possibly see something similar happen, but whenever it comes to the head-to-head for both of these teams, we have always seen SATUL come out on top. But one of the big reasons for that is the roster that we're going to have a look at right now, ladies and gentlemen. SATUL are not changing anything. With the addition of Hoax Spartans, this team was performing insane.
Perfectly said. Because Hoax and Helif, the dynamic duo, the perfect partners, the brother in crime, they are all right here. Techno being the star controller of the nation, he is performing day in and day out. He has his inconsistencies in and out, but hey, he's still surviving with the team. Miz and King Kappa have big responsibilities to pay off, because in the Split 2, as far as we remember, they gave a close competition to Revenant XSpark, but then missed on that LAN slot by just single map. So this is something which SATUL needs to be careful this season around, because this time you don't want to miss out on the Ascension qualifiers.
My goodness, my guy, you are just giving out so much information out here. You're giving me the flashbacks of what used to happen all the way back. I still remember the behemoth performance of King Kappa on the maps of Lotus 2. And if in case Global Esports Academy want to win against this team, they'll have to pull something similar. But there's a big change out in this roster. As far as we're seeing some massive players being left out and some new entries.
Something which nobody expected ever to happen, especially in the Split 3. We still have UV, who was the 6th player in the roster. He is now in the top 5. Ryzen and Kibo still sticking with the team, but then the 2 new faces, Garv and Caramel, joining the roster. Garv, if you remember, the ex-Reckoning guy, was with the Reckoning in Split 2, made a roster change now in Global Esports Academy. Caramel, the ex-ROG Academy player, one of the players who is in the circuit for a very, very long time, but has very limited opportunities at the best stage possible. But now in the Global Esports Academy jerseys, all the eyes will be on this guy. Someone who is on the VCSA circuit since the inauguration year. Finally getting his name on the Global Esports Academy side. This will be a big, big change for him.
I love the fact how you mentioned about both of these players, Spartas, because I noticed a very intricate detail as well. They have left out NV2K, who was the star duelist of the team. And now there's just so many players who've got many similar roles. So I'm not quite sure how Global Esports Academy are going to navigate through that.
Well, this is something which everyone wants to figure out. If you don't know, NV2K was the star duelist. He is not there in the team anymore. Yeah. And this roster with Garv, Caramel, UV, Ryzen and Kibo, none of these players is a duelist main. Nobody has played a duelist in the past. They have double sentinels. Caramel is a player who has played a lot of Killjoys and Wise in his ROG Academy days. Similar things can be said for UV. A perfect sentinel main. So a double sentinel on your side, but then you have Ryzen and Kibo, the initiator players. Yes, Kibo plays sometimes Bree, sometimes KO or SOA in and out, but all of it in something around a recon initiator side.
Yeah.
That is something which you need to figure out.
Absolutely, I mean, because that is a big thing that you have to focus down on. But another big thing is going to be the entire map pool of Split 3, ladies and gentlemen. No change out here whatsoever. Lotus, Haven, Split, Icebox, Pearl, Sunset, and Ascent. Exactly the same map pool that we also saw currently in Masters Toronto itself. And the fun fact is, Pardus, that we saw a lot of South Asian teams adapt to some of that Teho meta. But now there's going to be a humongous change. And we have been talking about these changes. Global Esports Academy, given that they don't really have a star duelist, being on the map of Split, Pearl and Lotus, I think so that requires one of the snappy players to be there.
But also scared, keeping in mind, Split was one of those maps when Global Esports Academy and SATUL faced each other on the Split 3. It came down to a 13-5 victory in SATUL favor.
True.
A pretty much easy pick from SATUL side, and I'm surprised that Global Esports Academy didn't ban that map. And if we talk about the next map, GEA is experimenting a lot. Split 1, they went with Lotus. Split 2, they went with Icebox. And now Split 3, they are going with Pearl. This team is just experimenting maps after every split.
Yeah, it seems like they just like to pick one specific map to test out during one entire split and one map to ban out. Pearl was probably one of their standard bans as well that we were constantly watching throughout the split too. So
yes,
them picking it up right now and then also starting things on the attacking side, yeah, that's going to be pretty interesting to watch out for. But since we're talking about split Spartus, you're the man out here. SATUL love to play on this map. Global Esports Academy hate to play on this map.
And we clearly know the reason why. Played twice, lost both the times, and I'm big surprised right now they didn't ban this map at the first play and let SATUL pick their comfort pick. 50% win rate almost, 6 wins, 7 losses, pretty much the same. But if we talk about GEA, if you look at the agent composition that they were running, a double controller, yes, they have the players to fill that role. A double initiator comp, Teho and Breach can be fulfilled, yes, Ryzen and Kivo will be there. But who plays Yoru now? Who is the one who's gonna pick an agent which is a duelist class?
Man.
Will we see Caramel going to that role? Will we see UV switching up his role instead of a Sentinel? Will we see Kibo stepping up to fill that Sentinel role? Or the big thing can Rebels bring? A non-duelist comp on the map of Split? Are we expecting that today?
That's just like expecting I'm going to lose weight in the next 5 seconds. I am not expecting a non-duelist composition on the map of Split, man. Come on. But yes, I like the conversation, how you're building it up as well, that it's going to be interesting to see who's going to play Yoru. And that's one point which you noticed. There's another point that I noticed. And it is the fact that we saw a Breach Teho composition on the map of Split itself. The fun thing is that Teho nerves have hurt a lot to almost all the international teams, even all the South Asian teams. And we're talking on that topic itself. G2, one of the teams that was known to pick up Breach Teho on almost every other map, they could not close their game out against Fnatic when they picked the Teho on the Lotus itself. That clearly showcased how much damage has been done on this agent. Now my question is, will Global Esports still stick to it? Because I did not see any change for SATUL. They were running that Breach and Fade comp. Hooks plays Fade. I think so they're going to continue that.
And they should. A 13-5 victory in the past, a pretty comfortable victory. Miz on that duelist role, on that raise is just perfect for him. King Kappa on that Viter does not matter much to him. But all the eyes are on Global Esports Academy and what they're gonna do. But what you have to do right now is just answer this quiz.
Who had the most clutch rounds in OMEN VCSA 2025 Split 2? Was that Lightning Fast, Tricky, Munner or Rossi? Quickly scan that QR code to answer. The one who answers the maximum questions correctly throughout the entire week, ladies and gentlemen, will win a lot of Valorant points. And you know the drill, right? You know it's going to hop onto your email and then you can claim it through your in-game ID as well. But you have to quickly scan that QR code, fill up the form, answer the question. I'm pretty sure I know, but I'm not allowed to participate in that. Spartus, keep your phone down. I'm pretty sure that's in your hand as well. You're working out through it. But
I don't need a phone for that. It's all here.
Oh my god. Yeah, it can be here, but that still does not give you your favorite Valor skin, but it's absolutely fine. Here's one thing, right? You're going to get one of your favorite matchups out here. We're going to see SATUL back in the action again. We saw Hoax with the lineup of OG all the way back, playing with Venka in Split 1, Split 2 with SATUL, and that boosted up their result. Previously, they were not in the top 4. They still ended up in top 4. So I think so that one roster shuffle gelled up well for SATUL. But I can't say the same thing for Global Esports Academy now.
Yes, and also keeping in mind this match has a big importance on the line. Global Esports Academy and SATUL, if you look at the circuit points, SATUL on 90, Global Esports Academy on 75. Just a 15-point margin between them. But now you have to make sure that you qualify from the group A first of all. And if you talk about the qualification, you just have one slot. Because RNTX will be the one who's taking the top slot of the group. No questions on their side. The second slot is the one you have to make sure that goes in your favor. Because SATUL, they are in the better spot for just 15 points ahead of them. But now, if you look at Global Esports Academy, they need to make sure that they win this matchup today.
Absolutely, it's going to be super important for them. And another important thing is when we hop on the map of Split, we see the composition which both of these teams are going to pick. I'm pretty sure there might not be any major changes for SATUL. They have always loved to pick that breach into Fate composition. They played pretty well around that as well. But for Global Esports Academy, I mean, we have known this team to pick a lot of international style, and this time around they're not going to change a lot of things. With instead of that breach Teho, they're now going to run the double duelist composition. My goodness, bro, look at the Raisin Yoru, and UV is playing Yoru.
How much percent of me was right in saying that UV is gonna shift his role to Yoru?
My goodness,
this is the guy who played Wise a lot, but at the same time has cracked aim. And if you look at the players around him, Kibo very comfortable with the initiators, Ryzen controller, initiator main will stick to that, and Caramel being the new addition will definitely want his favored role of the past, and that will be Sentinel. All things down coming to Garv and UV then. But a Yoru race on your first matchup of the Split 3, it is going to be a hell of a ride.
And switching up so much from that double initiator with the flashes and a bit of that info initiation from Teho now being shifted entirely to a lot of information from the Prowlers and the Horn. Kibo is going to have a big job in his arsenal though. But here's the thing, we have known this guy to constantly succeed as well throughout that. But the main point of discussion for me is going to be, how are you going to stop King Kappa? Because we've seen his onslaught in Split 2, and Caramel will have to put up the same kind of performance, Pardus.
Oh, it is going to be very interesting, and a performance that we want to see from Global Esports Academy lineup right now. UV on that Yoru, I'm not sure what he has in his backpack. But more than that, I want to see Garv play his best game. Garv is the guy who has just played Recon initiators in the past. Someone like Sova, someone like Fade has been his forte, but not sticking with that race. Has been interesting. But right now, if you look at SATUL, the classic default, getting the side, and Caramel, he's the one who is just trying to get some frags from the 1v cages. He's speaking out right, and Caramel with the first frag of the day. A clean headshot to miss, still anchoring down the side. Can he get one more?
Yeah, that's the whole point about it. How much util can he burn? Now wraparound coming from Techno, not looking very pretty, but the support from King Kappa. It's absolutely impeccable as hell. Have choice with the team as well. UV nice on the first one, but not the cleanest shot out here. All he needs is one shot to the body. And I love the repositioning that he's going in for. Look at that. Going all the way towards the A side already.
Whose call is this?
I have no
Who
idea.
is calling in the side of GEA? That SATUL Techno will try to outbrain you and move towards A side, and UV is already on that A.
Oh my
The thing
god.
of concern is a lot of angles to check. He don't know from where
Hold on.
Techno is gonna come.
Hold on. He's heard him. He's heard him and he's going to be ready.
One shot to the
Techno.
body is all he needs.
Absolutely. Techno's going to run it down now. He's got no clue about it. And UV starts things off in a style. Shots to the grave. Oh my. We've got a series in our hands, Pardus.
Perfect read from whoever is IGL in the side of Global Esports Academy right now. It was UV's call, or maybe Ryzen just backseating him there, just go towards A side, or be it Kibo trying to just filter out the calls. But whoever said, it was just a read of the day. How would you expect someone to wrap around towards that A side in a 1v1?
You don't. That too, when you've got the entire CT control and everything as well. That is absolutely insane. But right now, look at this lovely read. Global Esports Academy, they know SATUL will want to push out mid. And there's going to be a lot of information out there. And it's a meat grinder. Ryzen, Kibo, Gur, all of them They just want to be a part of this party and get every single one of them out and get a flawless round conversion. The fun fact is, it's only Garv who's got to reinvest in the shield and nothing apart from that. Their economy is going to snowball out of control.
Pretty much easy reads yet again, I would say. And I'm loving the confidence of GEA right now. Because the issue with the younger lineups is always the confidence. How do you set yourself up? You have a team who was one of the finest at the split 2, one of the top 3 teams, and now on your first day with a new roster, you are fighting them head off. You are fighting mid every round. You are holding them. And this time around, they have a set play ready at A side.
It's going to be a slow control as of now. Global Esports Academy trying to get that read right. And King Kappa is always going to be here. Always going to be that one nuisance. But for how long can he be? It's a beautiful trap play, but the Cage hops in to try and help him survive. He's not really gone all the way back. Still wanted to play on the back of his tripwire. That is nasty bolt. But look at the wrap around from Heaven. Wiz is the first man to find some contacts. A kind of util in the hand, but still it's going to be taken down. 1-for-1 trade. The C is perfect. Helev still trying to get the few shots. Classic with the right click. Gets a shot onto Kibo. The call impeccable, but look at this second layer by Techno Spardas. It's going to get one.
Oh, he's anticipating that. What? UV anticipated that second lurk right there from Techno.
Oh my
The
goodness.
Outlaw getting the half shield down. Still a 3v3. And 40 seconds remaining on the clock. SA12 have no map control. They have the mid, but Global Esports Academy are happy to give up mid. They have the spawn control. They are playing for the retake. But SA12 have no clue where the defenders are positioned.
And they don't even have a lot of time as well. Down to the last 20 seconds in clock. Garv can potentially win this round alone if he just plays his cards right. Yeah. He's heard about util. There's also going to be the TP all the way on the side, so they're going to force the plant down. Got a bit of a heaven control, but nothing apart from that. The retake is going to come from 3 different angles. King Kappa has got to try and win this one fight out, and he absolutely does. The answer back on the other side. Garv not landing the shot. It's King Kappa still succeeding. A big player out, finally stepping up. And he's got all the information he needs. A big 3K coming in from him. And 3 rifles carried forward.
A very well controlled round from SA12 at the end. But Global Esports Academy, they had everything they needed for the retake, but just the positioning is where things went very differently for them. Everybody just tried to shift walk into the opponent area, tried to get it down, but hey, just the first match of the day. They are trying to get a round at a time, and if you look at the economy, especially the ult economy on the side of GEA, it is going good. They are building up, but I just want to see some more of this energy, just more of duels from this side.
Oh, duels is what you want, and this is kind of trying to give the exact same thing to the team out here. Again, the TP. Oh my goodness, Hoax. That is absolutely nasty. They're trying to pinch down the players though, but Garv through the spam. Gets the problem man of the previous round out of this round. King Kappa has been sent back, and Caramel wants to try and find the timing. Since the cage out, my goodness, he needs to survive this. Pushing it through, but not enough as UV wraps around him. But Hoax quickly answer back, catching a double off his zone, and still Helef controlling out Heaven. That is a big play.
Spike planted.
How much more util can you try and force out from the other side? There's a ton of it left.
What do you have in the post plant? A Paranoia, a Paint Shell, a Satchel. You have to work around these things, or just wait for Kibo to regen with the Horn. How many seconds do they wait for this? They have a Poison Orb in their way. Ah, and Snakebite as well. Global Esports Academy, the choke point, it is hurting them. They don't have any clue where the players are positioned, but the Paranoia is just ready. Techno still holding his angle. A good Paranoia on the elbow side. A Satchel onto the face. What? But Hawks with a double, and Hawks with the ace!
Gets an ace!
SA12, the IGL strikes! A Paranoia in his face didn't even flinch a bit. And Hoax just carrying his team in the second round. An ace to begin things off.
He was going 0-2 before this round. He's now 5-2 quickly on top of the board. Absolutely impeccable play. My oh my. This is the big problem whenever you try to retake all the way from screens. There's just one narrow pathway that can be spammed. And that is exactly what Hoax did as well. Spammed it all the way down. And I love the fact how he was able to push directly through Heaven as well, Spardas. S8QL are getting a lot of map space without any major retaliation towards the A side. It has happened in the past 2 rounds now. First, it was technically an A split all the way from mid-wins, pushing it through, and in this round, it was a straight-up A hit. I think so Global Esports Academy will now need to look for some kind of adaptability, and maybe this technical pause is going to help them out in some of that.
Well, I guess so. They have some few more seconds to talk among themselves to reset up. Because in the last 2 rounds, the common theme between Global Esports players is that it is a 3v3, but how do you retake in that angle is what is a matter of concern. You have a good pair of utility, but everybody just spreading out from same angle. There is no second point of contact from anywhere. Be it Heaven, be it Rams. That completely meshed things up for them. In the previous round, they had 3v3 yet again on the retake. A good amount of utility in their side. But all they did was just walk and try to find individual duels. This is something which Arubis needs to fix. Your retake should have proper sequences if you are Global Esports Academy lineup.
An exact structure. Individually, they're doing good, and I agree. Some of those walkouts have been a bit iffy out here. And just as we said, maybe this is going to help them to try and fix a few things out here, because they're playing the first few minutes of the round, or rather the first few seconds, very good. It just comes down to those last post-plant scenarios. So maybe trying to flood the site out, or maybe just trying to take those avenues first on the other side, because even in the previous one, you rightly mentioned, Heaven was entirely controlled by Helif as well. So even if they would have tried to flood out from other avenue, Helif would have been raining a hellfire on them. And I believe that was probably their idea in that scenario, that we can try and just brute force our way on the back of that paranoia through the back halls and then retake the site, sending Helif just stranded alone in the Heaven position. Maybe a few things that they can eventually tweak, fix. But another thing that needs to be fixing is the fact that you've got to take care of Miz's scoreline. Is going 0-4. My man is struggling on the attacking side.
Steam engine, I would say, taking his sweet time to start. But I hope that engine just heats up pretty fast. Because you need Miz if you want to win the first map, especially on your map pick. Previous 2 rounds have been taken care of by the other players, but definitely he is a part of that.
True.
But right now, even on the weaker buy of Global Esports Academy, S8 will take their sweet time. King Kappa has an outlaw, waiting for the swing. Spotted a player, and outlaw will not connect this time around.
Yeah, I believe, you know, SAQ were kind of anticipating some kind of fast way. That's why they were playing for a 1-2-1 default, where Techno was just, or rather Hoax was just roaming around. Though I do like this, you know, I do like this new iteration of S8QL, where previously they were playing the double initiator composition with Hoax and Helif on those initiators. This time around, Hoax is playing on those smokes. And to be honest, it's been pretty solid in that round. Oh my goodness, Ryzen, that's one of the worst timings you could have picked up for that reload. And now they've seen the players already up in B Heaven as well as towards the main. There's a C's connecting as well. A paranoia, beautiful. But the shots absolutely not. It's still SATL connecting every single thing as Hoax lands in one nasty UV. How long can you hold? And this man says long enough. Quickly takes 2 of them down in the Demonstral Drift and potentially can get a few more pigs. TP's out in the crosshair of King Kappa. The anticipation impeccable in S8QL to the damage control.
Oh, just saving the map, or rather this round. Global Esports Academy with the Sheriffs and Stingers they had, with the economy deficit they had, they took the round pretty much closer, but again, King Kappa, Techno, getting those good frags, and they definitely needed those. And yep, Global Esports Academy just calling a timeout because Arubis knows there is something wrong with the team is doing right now. This round should be the one where you see a Thrifty popping off your screen, because just look at Tipo, 1 frag. But then Curve not able to get the frag. UV a good Sheriff shot, but again those trades are not flowing like a river. A bit of tweaking on the side by the coach, and I would still assume the Global Esports Academy is there to put up a great show against SATUL.
You know, the early few minutes are looking really solid, man. It's just those last few seconds that end up very chaotic, and it seems like they forget the structure that they're playing up with. So I think so, yes, this timeout is going to be crucial, because now it's been, what, 3 straight rounds where they could have almost won the round, if anything. They had the HP advantage in the retake, and they had the weapons to do that. It just falls out a few inches short from them every single time, and I believe again, maybe this timeout is going to help them out. They've got some big ultimates to play around. Kibo with the Nightfall coming in, as the previous round was quite ult heavy from the other side too.
That's an interesting cage. A double cage for Heaven. Trying to make some rules on the side. Creating question marks, SA12. But they know a sentinel setup might be there since King Kappa on the other side. He's just walking in and they have the entirety of the A side control right now. Caramel have no information. And Caramel saw that jump peak. You can't go that wide. And Garf, in the meanwhile, he takes down Techno. The damage has been controlled.
Lovely anticipation of the second layering. Sending out a couple of players as well, and this Nightfall connects onto 2. C is being sent out to try and hold them with the paranoia. But still, they can't make the cross, though the spam from UB. This can eventually open things up as well. I believe it was maybe a showstopper out there as well, but hold on, Hoax. Still trying to keep the damage in his team's favor as Miz fires up, starts up. The time is ticking, the numbers dwindling. You see the rifle barrel rising.
Nah, Ryzen. You need to anticipate that. If a guy is so confident watching Heaven, there is 99.99% chances that someone is watching his screens. There is no way in the world Miz would be so confident holding Heaven. And if he just calculated that, he might take down Hoax and then the round. But Global Esports Academy, as you said, initial 30 seconds, entirety control. Good comms, good structure, good flow. They know what they have to do. The next 40-second rounds, they are just a bunch of individuals.
And individually they fall because SATUL are playing on the back of each other. And I'll have to say, Hoax is literally not just IGLing perfectly, but also is fragging out better than anyone in his team. He's always there for those trades. He's always having, or rather watching the 6 of his team. And the fun fact, Sparta says, look at that. Hoax again won away from the shadows. He just used that in round number 5. Miz won away from Showstopper. Helif won away from Nightfall. Global Esports Academy are on a weak buy in this round. And I'm pretty sure SATUL will not shy away from dumping all of those ultimates in the next one as well. So this very well could spiral out of control for GEA if they do not retake this properly.
Well, things look pretty much difficult. Because even right now, they are just going one by one. Paint Shell has to just flood them out. Caramel has a Sheriff in his hand. He needs a trade, but Miz takes one down. Nobody else to just get the second layer of frag. Techno holding his angle. UV finds one. Holding for the trade. LF gets curved, but UV trying to pop left side. But Ryzen, he gets another frag. He has the timing. UV with a decoy on the side. Miz finds one more. The showstopper in his hand. Might be able to just close things off because Ryzen is the last player standing. He will get both of them. Hold up. Ryzen with a huge triple K. The time is still ticking. He has few more seconds remaining, but nah. King Kappa played it to perfection, running down the clock, getting that final blow, and Global Esports Academy so close, yet so far.
Same could be said for King Kappa trying to save that rifle though, but just as you mentioned, so close yet so far. And now just look at the ultimate economy, Spartans. SATUL can just try and brute force their way through this entire round again.
And if you win this round, the next round will be an economy deficit round for Global Esports Academy. Yet again, another Sheriff round. So, 4 combination of ults should be good enough for them to get the 6-1 on the board. And SATUL Miz diving onto the face, getting Kibo down.
Absolutely.
That anchor for B-Heaven, he's out of the round.
Spike is still not yet committed though. So they're not really fully pushing it down. They just wanted to play fast, get a pick, and then maybe catch G on a few of those rotations too.
Everyone hiding.
This neural theft is going to give them all the information that they need, and yeah, they can eventually now and go for the commitment as well. With the Nightfall, everyone's going to be sent back. Couple of players marked, but nothing apart from that. Site is going to be taken. What do you have for retake GEA?
Especially in the Viper Spider, in the faces. How do you come back from here? You have a flash, you have a paranoia.
Yeah.
But most important thing is the paint shell, and that will be just thrown out of the window. King Kappa 1, make it a double. Before they could even reposition themselves for the retake, SATUL has just cleaned up this round using only 2 ultimates, and the 6th one is coming on the way.
And look at Miz. Already halfway through his showstopper again. That is just such a big play. SATUL are working around the map perfectly. They're anticipating what Global Esports Academy are going to do. And they are preparing the counter plays for that as well, side by side. And just one sound, my guy. Just one sound, Ryzen. Doesn't even matter.
Man.
This guy, King Kappa, just jumps up in front of him and spams his bullets down. Why does my Vandal not do that?
We in King Kappa, I suppose. This is something which Global Esports Academy needs to figure out. Starting off the first half, they looked good, the good structure, good flow, but just look at this. Gurg, individual plays. There was a flash available on their Yoru. They didn't utilize it well enough, but hey, right now, I would just say this is not their map pick, and SATUL, especially with Hoax calling, looks a team who's very comfortable in taking every extremities of the map and then executing on the weaker link.
Yeah, and look at King Kappa now. In every other round when he knows DA are on a save, he sends out an outlaw right onto their body, right onto their dome. No smokes available for GA, and now they're either ways playing with just a single smoke double initiator comp. Or rather double duelist comp. LF, it's going to be a lot of pressure onto him. He handles it pretty well for the first though. UV, nice on that trade. What? Alright. I was just like, why
Just trying to sneak up a weapon.
I was like, why did he throw that one rifle out? But yeah, same simple safe plant. Should be a done and dusted round for SATUL unless something nasty happens on the other side.
7-2 should be that scoreline. Caramel has not been a part of the action for a very long time right now. He started the day with the first frag, and that is the only frag he has taken till now. And it's not even his entirety his fault. But he gets the second with the sheriff yet again. A good headshot delivered, but keeping things as clear. It is just exit frags right now.
Standing.
And King Kappa, he is farming ultimate points. That outlaw is menace for Global Esports Academy.
Here. 7-2. And it just feels that this is not going well for Global Esports Academy. You pointed out rightly that it is not their map pick. But again, some of those micro things that we always talk about, you know, peeking together at the same time, going for the double peaks on the back of some flashes, some of those set plays. I was really hoping to see some kind of retaliation from GEA, but again, King Kappa has been on a spree, and this guy picks up an operator now. Good luck dealing with that, GEA.
King Kappa is basically playing a different game. He is on a challenge right now for his social handles. He is just going snipers only challenge in a pro tournament.
Oh my
and he's
god.
been pretty much successful, but in the meanwhile, Mills Hoax one, Hoax with the second as well. UV just trying to ease out the pressure on mid. Not good for more than one. And the 4v2 remains, where Global Esports Academy, they are yet again on the back foot.
Ryzen, if he catches both these players, maybe he can do something. Oh, lovely TP from Hoax. My goodness! I know I'm just hyping up all of the utilities that are pretty normal, but you know, seeing SATUL do all of that, it's just making me realize how well this team is growing together. And Neural Theft gives out the information as well, but you can't really do anything with that info apart from just trying to maybe catch something. LF. Oh, lovely paranoia. See, his picture perfect.
And even after that utility, they know they are going to win this round. It's a 4v2. Nobody is overstepping. They are waiting for Global Esports Academy to make a move.
Ryzen, use your ult, run away. Get one. But Techno is quick on that trade as well. 8-2 on the attacking side, Spartus. It's an 8-2.
Things just look way easier right now for SATUL, and this was one of my biggest concern when we saw the map veto. 13-5 was the scoreline last time Global Esports Academy played this map, and this is when they had a crazy duelist named NV2K on their roster. This time around, they don't have anybody who is a perfect duelist main. They still let the map of Split slip into the veto. They play in a different composition, and I'm not sure how this composition is gonna work out, because right now, nothing looks like it's going in their way. UV is always trying to make a play with the Euro Dimensional Drift, but initial 30 seconds will give you information which is not worthy enough.
One good thing is at least they've flushed out it. A C's on the other side. That's the only good thing that's happened there.
A Dimensional Drift in exchange of a C's? Well, SATUL will take that every day.
I get the silver lining out. I was kind of hoping for a paranoia play there, but again, Ryzen was just nowhere close to set things up. Again falling as the first player again against King Kappa. Now you don't have any smokes to work around with. Neural Theft gives every single info, and Hoax TP's all the way back. Look at that. He's also got the spike as well with Miss sending the showstopper. Caramel's been taken down again. No trips to work around with. Kibo, how long are you going to hold it down? Satchel as well coming in. Miss with the support. But Garb is the only man who's finding some kind of success. He's got a showstopper, but he's got a ton of util in front of him and under him as well. Hoax with the clear. And SATUL are just mowing down the floor.
As easy as it gets right now. The first 2 rounds were the only rounds where Global Esports Academy was able to secure something from the first half. But right now, they just want one more round. They want a miracle. They want a 9-3 curse to be on their side if they want to at least put up a competition. Because at this point, it is just SATUL running it down the way they want. King Kappa, the Cypher on the side, has performed 3 ultimates in the first half itself. This is something crazy. Anger right now with a showstopper. He gets one, but King Kappa always there for the trade.
Outlaw always out in his own hands as well as Hoax. Really good go for one though, but Kibo is quick on that trade itself. This is probably one of the first few times that Global Esports Academy has been able to take the flow of SATUL and deliver an equal one, not for long, as the weapon swap was there. King Kappa through the wall bang, lands it perfectly. LF closing the round out. SATUL with a 10-2 half Spartus. Yeah, I mean, call me a madman, but this ain't happening now.
Well, I just want to see at least 6 rounds on the attackers side from Global Esports Academy. I know the scoreline is 10-2, so potential 3 rounds still remains the way SATUL are playing right now. But I want to see Global Esports Academy do something on the attacker side. Because if I talk about them, they have a composition which should thrive on the attacker side. A Raze and a Yoru. But with just 3 rounds remaining for SATUL to close down this map, it looks very difficult for Global Esports Academy if they have any strategy in their backpacks.
One thing is for sure, that they have been looking a bit underprepared for this map. There have been no set plays of any kind whatsoever. Saw that even with the Dimensional Drift. Individual yet again. Individual delivered on the other side. Because LF is again firing on all cylinders. You don't want to take a fight through the Classic on that range, and King Kappa doubles up all of that. And even if he would have failed, there was Miss to support him out there as well. Global Esports Academy, pistol is what you need to try and come back in his half, and pistol is what you're losing.
Oh, they need that double piece. The timing of Euro and Raze did match up. They got the flash down, and King Kappa is playing it perfectly. Another headshot delivered. Techno with the cleanup round, and SATUL, a flawless pistol. 11-2, and this looks like the game is done.
Yeah, at this point, yeah, you've got to force buy, you've got to pull in the stingers as well, maybe some Sheriff full shields, and King Kappa, or this time it looks like Hoax is going to pull out those outlaws so they can fight against you. It just seems almost next to impossible for Global Esports Academy. You know, I feel that there's one more timeout left. Maybe you can try and pick that off and talk to your team about something, but it's more like they're probably going to prepare for the next map though, but maybe Yuvi's got something else to say. Paint shells to try and push mid forward. He just stands in his death? Interesting.
A good utility, a good frag, but Hoax, he's just good for one. Garv, a good trade with the weapon recovered. They will get a spike down, And now a 4v2 remains where they have one upgraded rifle and the Outlaw as well. So this time around, a Thrifty which was needed for so long should come their way. And Caramel, all you need to do is do nothing. Just survive. Global Esports Academy, after 11 rounds in a row, they finally strike back.
Good that you mentioned about that point as well, because I wanted to say the only 2 rounds that GEA won in their own defensive half were the pistol and the anti-eco. So that was a bit rough on their end, but finally, this team is looking like a team in this one round and the previous one, with the way how they quickly got that first opener was important onto Techno, I'll have to say. And then the follow-ups after that. 2 Guardians being carried forward in the next one. Outlaw picked up by UV. Maybe they can try and string together a few more.
Well, on the positive side for SATUL, they have quite bit rounds in the backpack. So even losing that anti-eco will not make things go haywire. But right now, Global Esports Academy, they just need to do one thing. Get as clean rounds as possible. Get as fluent rounds as possible. And if the luck is favoring your side, Garv should get a multi-frag, at least a 3k in this round. The showstopper will be their win condition when they have the equal buy. Let's see how things goes.
It's kind of the main one along with Hoax with this technically small one-way. Not exactly call that one-way. There's just a small gap to see who crossed. I like the idea. Global Esports Academy just holding it down. They're going to now push forward. The C is going in. The flash TP on the backside. Hoax still catches one. It's going to be deeping out on the safety too, but not for long. Curve wraparounds towards the pillar. Catching both of them now, and that's a good opener because look at Caramel. Should be catching at least one more on the back of it. Just a Sheriff. He sees it and he's playing it brilliantly. Turn around, King Kappa. You get one, but Caramel with the answer. Curve with the 3k in this round. Good closeout from GEA. And they are building up. They've built up onto the showstopper for this round.
Perfectly. As just mentioned before the round, they needed Garv to go bonkers in this game. A multi-frag, a showstopper now in your backpack, and now how do you execute is what I want to see. This team has a composition which will thrive on the attacker side with a double dive comp you have. But for that, Garv and UV needs to pair things up perfectly.
Yeah.
For the time being, the execute looks like they want to hit A. With the Cypher on their faces, pretty much a difficult task.
It's a tripwire for the Heaven as well if you want to push out. That wall's going to go up to first Prowler used up. Oh my god, he's going to be tagged in. Oh my goodness, just one tripwire and the entire showstopper goes to waste. The spam through the smoke by Helef. That is an absolutely disastrous start for GEA. And Techno is holding down. He's seen the barrel as well. Up close. Ryzen's going to go back finally. But if a hold down, not for long, Miz. Peaks another perfect time. Still wants to take the individual. He's gonna hold it down as well for the next few seconds.
Oh, things have just completely turned differently as everybody else expected. Maybe this is what SATUL expected as well. They called King Kappa to go A. The tripwire for Heaven is a pretty standard tripwire from him. And Global Esports Academy just rushed down their attack. They didn't get enough information. Keyboard didn't have enough utility to support the raise for the satchel up. A one Prowler could have changed the dynamics of this round, but right now SATUL, they are all set for the map point.
30 seconds left.
That tripwire went in massive and now Miz picks up Caramel as well. Beautiful anticipation of the mid lurk. Now it's all down to just 2 members. 10 more seconds in the card. King Kappa. The man is turned into an absolute god. Sees everything and wins the round for the team.
Match point.
Classic social media plays. You have a set of 1-way cages with a Cypher cam on top. This is something you see a lot on YouTube. This is something which Cypher mains in the entire world. Rankings perform a lot. And King Kappa just tearing up a page, writing it down in his own book, and making sure that the anchor goes brutal and flawless in the game. 22-6 for that Cypher.
Benji fishy angle. That's what I call it. If you remember all the way back in 2024, Benji Fishy made that angle his signature place. Find
You
those
cannot flood him
multi-kills.
out. Yes.
Absolutely. And King Kappa, just as you rightly said, pulling a page off of their notebooks, riding in his own 22-6. Spartas have played 16 freaking rounds, and this man has only died in 6 of them.
Also, if you look at the entirety of SATUL, it is just Miz who has deaths in double digits. He is the anti-fragger of the team. His role is to just dive in no matter what, try to get the first frag, and the deaths will come for sure. But other than him, 6-8, 6-9. This is something which is impeccable from SATUL. Means the majority of the rounds they have won, they have good numbers in their hand. Majority of them were 3 or 4 players remaining on their side.
Yep.
Which is incredible. 12-4 is the scoreline. Map point for SATUL and Global Esports Academy. One last hope.
It's a full-fledged mispush down from GEA. Euroclone to try and figure out the tripwire. They've dealt at least with one layer of security, and now they've forced out a paranoia as well on the other side. I think that that's a pretty solid trade considering everything that they threw into that one, but taking a small pause now, slowing things down. Only for a few seconds. It's going to be the flash TP play. Lovely Prowler as well, and a judge flying onto the face of King Kappa. Catches him down. The side control given not for long as Techno still holds his ground, and he will be taken down. Caramel and Kibo working in unison as Miz now wants to explore heaven. That's a nasty shot. He's 2 away from the showstopper as well, and a paint shell to work around with. If he catches these 2 players, maybe he can do something. And look at Kibo.
He's barely
so
breathing.
low. The HP
He still has the paint shell.
full wrap around. Oh my goodness, Curve has made one of the most bold plays out there, taking control of heaven, and it has pushed Kibo all the way back towards CT. It's gonna be very difficult for Mist to now pull this off from here.
He has a cycle to cross. The spike is not punished for them. Things are not looking good. Aziz will try to DK him, but the half has been stuck. But Kibo
Lovely.
takes the perfect 3.5 second peak. As soon as you take the half, he swings out on his face, and Kibo on 8 HP. Make sure that Global Esports Academy survives another round.
Garv with such a ballsy play there, my man. Going through the ropes, taking control of heaven. That gave them the information that it's a full wraparound, and Kibo called out the gamble. He went towards CT to survive. Otherwise, Miz would have almost won this round for his team. That was such a nice calling, and now SATUL down to their own eco. Wanted to go for a trap play in mid though, but catching no one to the season 8.
Techno, he has a good timing. He knows where the players are positioned, and SATUL, they are just chilling right now. They are like, okay, you want mid? Have it. We have set out Miz in a position where he can see the entirety of the A side, whoever crosses. And to support him, they still have Helef, although with the Sheriff, but still there with the contacts. And we have seen this guy with the Sheriff bring miracles. And Global Esports Academy, they are aware of the entire setup. They are working their way through, but King Kappa, he strikes big, takes down Garv with the Sheriff. With 50 seconds remaining on the clock, Global Esports Academy, they desperately need to make a move.
And that's your entry off of the map as well. And nothing to deal with those trip fires now. Paranoia being sent out, but no one's following them as Techno obliterates everyone up on top. Second time UV has been caught on that flash TP play as SATUL will clear the board out in their thrifty round in a flawless manner to steal the map of Split.
Oh, this is something which nobody expected SATUL to pull. But here we have SATUL with the experience, with Popaji supremacy. As we can see, Helif's camp, they are so happy right now. Just look at Hellranger. He knows whatever he said was perfect, and Techno, there's something which he has done, which Helif is not happy about. Neither is Hellranger. And yeah, Techno is just justifying himself. Yeah, not a game for me, but a perfect game for King Kappa there. Opening things with that Sheriff frag in the most crucial round, a round which looked like 6th one should go in the favor of GEA. With just Sheriffs and Stingers all around. But King Kappa and then Techno swing with the Stinger, holding down that Heaven Smoke, getting a double and making sure that SATUL closes this map with a thrifty and another 13-5 score line.
It seems like, they've written it down in their notebooks that the 5 are the maximum number of rounds that we give to this team in the map split, and also the minimum number of rounds. So, you know what? we don't need to win this rifle round. We can do it back on the eco round itself. Some nutty shots being hit by King Kappa. You've rightly mentioned that. And I think so he's, again, one of the big key to success for SATUL into those rounds. But my attention was on a very different matter, Spartus, and I'm pretty sure you're going to agree with me on that one. What the heck was Hoax doing on the Omen?
Crazy shenanigans, I would say. But also, the frags that he is getting, left and right, it is very different from everybody else. Like, knowing that opponent is making a backside flash TP play, and the fact that you have a Sheriff, and the fact that you are standing the same spot for 2 rounds in a row, you are letting that Yoru make a gate trash flash combination, and still you are getting him down. This is something which should be worked around in GEA side. Because UV, a good set play, yes, but you need to make sure that the flash hits the other person. Because it is very easy to just judge and make sure that you turn around at the right time and get him down. Because the movement it takes for a Yoru gate crash to come out and equip his rifle is pretty much big enough. So all those plays which UV expected to make, the Omen on the other side, he was completely ready.
He was always ready, and not just on the defensive side, right? Also on the attacking side, when we were seeing Hoax, his team is taking the heaven control or the ramp control rather, while he is just simply walking out, teeping into his own smoke in heaven, and then peeking out together with the rest of the team. This SATUL is looking very well prepared for Split 3.
Yes.
And I'm telling you, this is kind of giving me the same deja vu feeling which I had back when they were playing Revenant XSpark in the upper bracket in Split 2. When in the first 2 maps they were looking so very good that maybe this team will make it to the Ascension playoffs, man. I'm really hoping for them to make to those Ascension qualifiers. I just want to see this kind of form continue. But since we are already on the topic of form, Techno's rough play still is showing up.
The rough patch is still not leaving him from the last split and one of the crucial matches he has to play. But hey, keeping in mind that his team was already there for him to give him the perfect support he deserved today, making sure that the map was closed down without a sweat. This is something which Global Esports Academy needs to work out yet again. Maybe on that map beat overall, because 13-5 in 2 consecutive rival matches, you should not allow that.
That is a big thing as well, right? Because if you really think and talk about it, it was SATUL who eventually eliminated Global Esports Academy in their lower bracket run all the way back in Split 2. So of course, some of the revenge moments, they were there, but they could not really complete it. And it also feels like Global Esports Academy are running it down on the momentum as well. Because they were having it at least in the first few rounds, but once they lost it, they could not gain it back.
I think the issue is the mid-rounding with them. As well as perfect, a flawless Valorant that has been displayed from the side of SATUL, Global Esports Academy has struggled a lot in the mid-rounds. The initial 40-second mark is just perfect for them, and as we can see, it was just looking good. But the next 40 seconds is something which they didn't know what to do. Their structure was thrown out of the window, the players were just individually peeking in, trying to make a hero play and trying to get that frag down. But then Hoax, he is one standing on the gate crash for Yoru, taking frags, getting good picks, and this is something which should not be there. It should always be a double peek alongside Garv, making distraction and then getting a frag. The coordination that was required between the Yoru and the Raze was definitely lacking. But hey, not their map pick, so something which we kind of expected.
Yeah, and here's the thing, right? We've been talking about how Global Esports Academy was struggling in their mid-rounding, but the exact opposite could be said for SATUL. They were doing a phenomenal mid-rounding as well.
Yes.
Dissecting the map, taking some of the space, and then moving on to the other part. I mean, I'm pretty sure that we're going to be moving on to the MVP, which is going to be King Kappa. No cap, no competition out there. That ACS tells a very fair story of why SATUL won 13-5.
24 frags and less than 10 deaths. He didn't even touch double digits, I suppose. 3 first bloods, which is just perfect. Sentinel doing his role perfectly, trying to get as low first bloods as possible. 209 damage per round, 329 ACS. A perfect strat book for the perfect Sentinel rule. He was not, I would say, not tested enough in the entire game, because whatever he wanted to do with the Outlaw especially, he was always getting that.
And then there were some operator moments as well when he was on those attacking sides, when their economy was snowballing out of control, and they knew that they could eventually make do with those kinds of shenanigans too. I always have been mentioning how King Kappa was one of the key players of SATUL's very big improvement in Split 2, and I think so he's going to remain the same key for the Split 3 as well. With this kind of start, 10 times SATUL were able to get the plant down, and they converted all 10 of those rounds. And the only 2 rounds, Pardas, where they struggled were the pistol and the anti-eco right after that.
Exactly, and this is a big number to pull. Like 10 rounds, like entirety of the full buy rounds you had, you were able to get the site as well as hold the post plant. Number of first bloods from Global Esports Academy, they are good enough. 7 first bloods, 5 rounds converted. So making sure getting the number advantage and converting the round was there. Not a perfect rate, but it was still there. But the fact that their mid rounding and the post plant retakes is where they struggled the most. That has to be fixed, especially on this map.
One good thing about them is the number of times they were able to get their plant down, they were able to convert it as well. So apart from that, yeah, there's been a lot of big things that they need to work on. But at the same time, King Kappa, undisputed king of the map of Split, I'll have to say. Hoax though, with the surprise that this man pulled out with the Omen in his pocket. As you mentioned how Techno is one of the best controllers out there in the nation, I'll have to say, if Hoax continues this, he's stealing that title very quickly.
Forsaken reincarnated, I would say. Someone picking up an Omen role and defying all the controller players in the circuit. But hey, if you look at Global Esports Academy, the new lad that joined the roster taking the team MVP role as Garv with 231 ACS and 4 first bloods. UV did a pretty decent job on that Yoru as well. Horizon and Kibo, something which should have been outperformed, but then Caramel just not able to leave his mark. 5 frags in the entirety of the game being that Cypher. It can be said that he didn't have enough play around that first half. He was being pinched left and right on the defender side. He was not allowed to make that one-way cages that he had. But overall, this is something which you need to prep if you are facing SATUL. And the first map was just not his game.
And I really want to bring it down to the same point too, that we saw some of those lackluster decision making from Global Esports Academy, and I think so it can be boiled down to the fact that these players have not been playing together for such a long time.
Yes.
The new additions as well, even though they're new to the rosters, yes, they haven't really gelled up that well, and it's not transitioning into that mid-round and late round. For the early one, they're doing a pretty phenomenal job. But again, if they really want to push this series through, they'll have to make sure that they get the next map of Pearl, which will be after this very short break, people. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Here we go! What's this?
Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. I ain't taking no loss, no loss, no loss. Look, I'ma always win. And I'ma do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again. I'ma always win.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
S8UL have had the dream start of Split 3 right now on the map of Split itself with a 13-5, but now Global Esports will land in on their map pick of Pearl to try and push this series to map number 3 if possible.
Yes.
But in order to witness that, Spartus, they'll have a very big hill to climb.
Well, this looks like a game where Global Esports Academy need to fire all the cylinders they have.
True.
A map of Pearl which S8UL has not played in the past. So as for the history is concerned, S8UL, they don't have a strata book there. Now things can definitely pivot out in the favor of Global Esports Academy. But also, you have to make sure that the opponent, they have zero knowledge of what you can pull off. So a surprise might be on the way of Global Esports Academy as well.
Here's the fun thing, right? I love the fact how you mentioned that too, because Global Esports Academy, the last time they played the map of Pearl was all the way back in Split 1. And it was a very different roster at that time, and a very different composition too in general, because they were playing what, a Fade, Theho, into an Astra, Wise and Yoru. I do like that composition for that map, right? Don't get me wrong there, but considering the players they have right now, yeah, I'm pretty sure I'd be looking for some kind of surprise out there. Let's have a look at the map video itself yet again one more time, with Split going 13-5. We're going to be moving on the map of Pearl with Spartus. You said it's going to be a very big surprise for us, but it's also the map of Lotus, which has not been looking that good for GEA.
Well, I think that was the only map that they were able to pull off against a big team. Going back to the Split 1 days, they won the map against RNTX in overtime. So that's a good thing, but that is on paper and that is something we are talking at least 4 months ago. Team has undergone a lot of changes since then.
True.
But now, if we just completely focus on the map of Pearl, Global Esports Academy have players who are not comfortable on Neon, as per my knowledge. UV is someone who's gonna play Wise for sure, 110%. UV's debut match in VCSA was the map of Pearl, in which he played Wise and impressed everybody out. Now UV will stick to Wise. Caramel's comfort agent is Cypher or Killjoy. I'm expecting a double Sentinel comp from the side of GEA right now.
I mean, if they really wanted to go for double Sentinel, I'm pretty sure we might have seen some Icebox into the mix as well with the Sage and Killjoy type of thing. But let's have a look. It's going to be the similar composition which we saw previously with a small change. Garv on the Neon and UV on the Yoru again.
Oh, this is a big call from their coach. Arubez is trying something very different with the lineup. Ryzen playing that Astra role, Kibo on that Fade, understandable. The core of GEA is still sticking with their roles. But Caramel, made to play Wise, his preferred role is Sentinel, so he is comfortable with that role as well. But Curve on that Neon. Is he prepped with those movements?
Here's the thing, you're either a snappy Neon, you're a one-trick Neon, right, who's crazy with the movement, or you're a practicing Neon. And I'm pretty sure that you don't really want to practice in a scenario where win is absolutely necessary for you in this specific map, because it's not just about one game, Spartus, it's a double elimination bracket. You either win here and you continue your upper bracket journey, or you eventually move down in the lower brackets. So that's going to be a big thing, but also Helef playing onto that KO along with hooks on that Sova is a very big thing for you to try and deal with as we quickly move on to the map. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be the second map, 1-0 already in favor of S8UL, who are right now on the defensive side. Caramel with the first opener, takes down Helef quickly onto the tries to catch in second, but Garv, he somehow just moved all the way through the back. Where the comms, that's going to be a big thing as Techno follows up, lands in the shot, pretty good now. Tries to equalize the numbers slowly, but QB unanticipated. Techno turns around to slap him down. It's down to a 3v3 now.
He's there for the spike defuse. He has an Nebula there of gravitational will just pull him away. But now second half, he's trying to stick in, but Miz Ryzen a good trade left and right, and Girls jumping inside the smoke, gets one, but Miz for the trade. Caramel is barely breathing, 30 HP remaining. A Sheriff shot to the body should be good enough. They are completely unaware where that lad is, and Miz is trying to stick it to half first of all. He will get it to half, but the swing will be perfect, and S8UL Miz will close the pistol in the favor of the defending team. A 2v4 situation getting converted on their faces. Techno and Miz blowing away the entire academy roster.
Such a silly round, I'll have to say, my man. some of the individuals coming in. They had a lovely crossfire setup. But eventually, UV being isolated, picked off by Techno. And those were some two big openers from Techno. And then Miz, trading out his teammates on the back of it, will eventually pick up the outlet for this one as GEA, they've kind of semi-forced into this with Sheriffs and a couple of Frenzies too. And that is just because they got the spike down in the previous round.
Oh,
Judge, don't challenge it. Run away. Don't challenge it.
But again, this should be said for the side of Global Esports Academy and not SAT Win. They should be the one who will running judges and stringers after converting that pistol, because a 2v4 loss of the pistol round definitely hurts a lot. So, but now KO with the underhand flash, just supporting with the team. Techno 1, Techno Helev left, right, perfect ping pong played. You peek one, I peek on you, shoulders, getting it done. King Kappa with the cleanup frag and SATUL. Cakewalk round, another flawless.
Playing ping pong around with all the other players on the other side. And again, they were all flushed down in art only because King Kappa was playing judge. You don't want to challenge that judge specifically. And it's in the hands of King Kappa. Now here's the fun thing. Miz still has the Outlaw Spartans and there are a couple of half shields on the other side.
Do they expect that? Caramel can be the first point of contact and Yoru is definitely the first point of contact. So UV and why Caramel, they have to just make sure they are supported by some piece of utility. Because right now the Outlaw is on the B side, so they don't have anything to worry about. But this is something which we know. Not globally.
Wow!
But what is that? That's perfect knife from mid.
What
Scanning 3 players on A.
Absolutely, he sent it out in the starting of the round. Perfect for such a slow kind of push. Lovely play from Elephant Spartans. If you remember, this is what we used to talk about. That if you're playing KO, you need to know all these lineups from the nastiest parts of the map.
Exactly.
And Helif is doing that job really, really well now. Art, you can't really contest that. Again, you know that there's the judge there. So again, it's going to be a single peak from Double Doors. Garv, the first man to fall off out there with the Neon. Knife being taken care of, but the Helif still trying to spam it all the way down. Caramel, lovely peak, miss. Being picked off first though, and UV finds the timing onto Helif too. Individual brilliance coming to help out the members of GEA, but Hoax with a good answer. And that's the spike down as well. Razormine sent all the way out in back. How long can he hold? Wants to peek. Here's the disrespect of the util in South Asian teams we always talk about, but still. It's down to a 1v2 and a long range stinger. And that is again a big, big problem.
They are just trying to get a spike, and they are finally able to run it with that. Techno still has a guardian. The spike will go down, and the challenge is in the hands of Ryzen. 1-for-1, trading it out, and King Kappa to close things off. UV tried to make an individual play. King Kappa setting the entire tone of the map from that very first sequence. Another 3k for that import. Another round for SATUL. Another bonus converted on the board.
And this is the map pick of GEA. Yet we are seeing the similar kind of problems that we had in the previous map. And I'll have to say, Spartas, it's not SATUL having their crazy individual brilliance that is putting them up for success. It is Global Esports Academy messing a few things up, which SATUL are just utilizing. Again, knife out there in A main, but this time, Helif is directly playing in A, and Big Kappa, yeah, should be able to take that one down. Ryzen, having anything to work with. They've only got a stinger out in the hand, which Kibo has picked up. This seems to be another round that SATUL can close out.
Look at King Kappa. Another ratty angle for him. Try to go smoke out. Spam it down. Yeah, he will spam it down. I was just waiting for that. Because you let the Prowler hit you if you have a judge. You are like, yeah, hit me. You don't know who I am right now. They must be expecting Techno or Helif right there, but it was King Kappa sneaking with a judge onto their faces for second time in a row.
And look at this brilliant play. There's an alarm board set up already down for the Double Doors as well. Miz has taken the entire B long. Can't go towards B. You've got to brute force your way. Judge in the hands and support of Techno. A 1-2 setup, picture perfect. SATUL. Just like the rounds they have on board.
This is something which Global Esports Academy needs to call a timeout and work on. You have a Yoru and a Neon. No way in the world you are not exploiting B side. It should be the way where you flash in the initial or ask for dissipate smoke from the side of Ryzen, cross that angle down, take V long control with those flashes and high gear, and then try to run that default. But Global Esports Academy, they are very much concerned with that A side, that the B is entirely open, and SATUL, they are happy with just single player anchoring it down after every 30 seconds.
Again, the single player that's anchoring it down is also LF sometimes. So you've got the fragment as well. You've got a bunch of utility to try and stall that push. And Techno this time playing it towards the art. Has a change out there in the setup. The alarm bot is towards art this time. But again, the rotation's gonna come in. There's gonna be fragment sent out. Along with UV, able to take down that opener, and LF. Oh, lovely dodge of the flash though, but UV perfect on that peak timing. Finally, it looks like Global Esports Academy are doing what they planned out for.
Mess with the operator. Gets nothing.
Alright.
3 players in his crosshair. Cannot hit a single one of them.
Again, 3 players out here, Hooks. It's like he almost does the same thing in a different way, but eventually gets the same result on his face.
King Kappa wants to try now. Another triple peak?
Maybe, save the operator, man.
He wants to. He definitely wants to, but he knows there are people peeking him, and Gurb. Same angle thrice in a row. He's not even using his keyboard, I believe, at this point.
I believe both of their hands were on the mouse just to get that perfect aim on the other side. Absolutely nasty again though, but courtesy of the first 4 rounds, SAQ will still have enough to buy into that operator, and they've got some major ultimates up now.
Cosmic Divide for the side of SATUL is also a big part of concern. Who the Astras have that? But the thing is, the post plant should be fairly easy for SATUL, and their entire call can roam around the Techno's ultimate. And keeping in mind, you can always pair that up with the King Kappa's lockdown. But right now, Miz, with the operator, he's onto the face. Miz gets the fragile UV, the place from his hand. Go finds one, but Miz with the second and missing every shot on Ryzen. Finally takes one down. The situation is still under control with the 3v3, but the fragment will just bounce off the head. Headshot delivered, but by the fragment will not matter right now. But Techno, he finds one more. Keep on Ryzen. It is not planted for them. They have to run away. But Ryzen with the operator is trying to dictate the play, but now the Cosmic Divide. The retake will start in a few seconds. The gravity well already pulled off. The new utilities will go out of the play. You have to swing out. You have to die to LF. Global Esports Academy, the ultimate exchange. Utilities converted. But SAQL, another picture perfect retake done.
And the pair up was impeccable, man. Even though there was a lockdown being used on the other side, the Cosmic Divide, absolutely phenomenal. And that was such a silly moment for the fragment to bounce off of Techno, or rather Ryzen. That was hilarious, I'll have to say. But still, it's going to be a timeout finally being pulled out from the side of Global Esports Academy. The only round that they were able to secure, round number 5. They pushed down over towards the A side. I'll have to say, Spartas, Miz with that absolute monster of a shot onto UV all the way towards the back side, and then pulling out the Blade Storm to catch the second one as well, and dealing a good amount of chip damage to Ryzen. That was one of the big key for the success of SAQL in the previous one.
Oh, this is something which Global Esports Academy definitely needs to figure out at this very point, because a 1-5, keeping in mind that they are on the attacker side of their own map pick with a double dive composition yet again. So, as per the odds, they should be the one who should be 5-1 up rather than 5-1 down. But hey, FCTUL, nothing taken away from them, despite the fact they are running a vanilla comp on the map of Pearl. Something which can be said is the vanilla composition for the entirety of Valorant, with a Recon and a Flash Initiator, with a Jet as your duelist, a Killjoy, an Astra Omen, swap arounds. Pretty much standard structure, and even with that, they are able to hold the map like Pearl.
It's gonna be the big thing. You now need to play around though, Miz. had the first opportunity to try and land at the shot. Not being able to land in. He's gonna try again once the smoke dissipates. A lot of targets up in front of him. Really bold, did not really go deep enough, so he can be posted up on that line again. You either have to adapt or you will eventually fall down. The shotty in the hand, all the way in backside. How are you gonna flush this man out? And the smoke is just so brilliant up in his face, and he still gets one as Techno is able to support him perfectly. Now the fight is towards the same part. A flash picture perfect was not, but still Garv is able to spam it down. Techno. That is a big mistake. Helef sets it up so well for his team.
Last player
As it
standing.
now slows down and a double face up in front. Caramel wraps it up. Lovely round from Global Esports Academy.
Perfect example of what chaos looks like. A flash to blind the players, but everybody was blinded at that very point, and Garv, he just was lucky enough to spam that Vandal onto the head. But hey, Global Esports Academy, they needed this round desperately and they are able to convert it. Can this be the beginning of success for them? They need at least 4 to 5 rounds in a row to be in competition on this map. Garv, he's definitely stepping up, 9 and 5. But other than him, there is no other player who's able to deliver with the rifle as they need to.
You know, I have to say, wow, lovely shot from Miz though. I was about to say, you know, I've actually liked a lot of those flashes from Helef. Has been doing a pretty solid job right now though. The job that King Kappa needs to do is hold down this one position towards the double doors. He's been constantly locking it down with his utilities, and that has been a big problem for GEA. They haven't been able to explore that part of the map a lot. Having the advantage, having a map space.
Taking that back.
Techno. Oh, Caramel! He's found a timing! He can eventually catch Techno! He's gonna be welcome with a knife out! That kid had got absolutely no chance, and a scrappy fight though! Helef still closes it out, and he's got a flash to play with now.
He's just waiting for the contact. Of support to a flash to support. Hoax gets one. The second frag could be on the way, but Hoax, he has so much discipline lined up in him. He's just jiggling around with the players. Gets a double as the side anchor. He has done his part, but now it is time for Miz to close down the round. Ryzen against Miz. Astra against Jet. A pure 1v1.
And he's got a full bunch of utility in his hands. Couple of stars as well, which he can place. And I'm pretty sure that you're going to place one, and you know, one of the big brain plays that I still remember in some of the international games is the fact that he put one star down and he sent a Conquest out instead of a Crabwell. But
Blocking sight.
still is going to be Crabwell. Miss. Taps it first. The Conquest dodge. No, not perfectly dodged. It's still Ryzen. Playing the Astra to utmost perfection.
2 stars is all what he needed to clutch that out. Good round played from Ryzen. Good composure delivered. And Global Esports Academy, 2 in a row. And the moment they win these rounds, SATUL, they have gone broke. Sheriffs all across. But hey, we have seen some thrifties in the past from them as well. So SATUL cannot be counted out. But Global Esports Academy, they need to make sure that their discipline does not overcome their aggression.
Placing wall trap.
And I love the discipline that they're showing right now. Those slow approaches, and they're doing the exact same thing you told them. But it still does not matter if Miz hits rounds like these. My goodness. Catching up perfectly again onto that opener. Now they're going to be shifting back to the default. That's the snappiness of this guy, man.
Look at King Kappa, like, yeah, no Yoru in the world is walking like that on my face. Has to be deeper. Luby waiting it out. How the timing! Helef swinging it out, barely breathing, but a Hunter's Fury.
On.
One tag. Can he get the perfect one as well? But nah, nothing. And Yubi in the meanwhile finds King Kappa. He's still on 15 HP, but he has a barrage of utility to support his teammates. And Caramel is not looking at the right angle, but Techno missing out the Sheriff. There was a ray of hope, but now it is completely dimless. And Hooks still on 5 HP, but nothing much he can do from here. He has a Recon Bolt though. He can try to support the team from the sidelines. And Miz, He's trying to be the hero. Not for long.
Not happening, yeah.
Enemy remaining.
Seems almost done and dusted. Hoax falls as well on site. Lovely hold down. You've seen the last player as well. Two flags being sent out there though, maybe. LF, hold on, one more, maybe no. It's been taken down. The first two shots, it almost ignited a hope in me. Because Ryzen and Yui were just down one shot to the body. It's absolutely fine. Global Esports Academy pulling off 3 straight rounds together. Now have forced the first time out of SATUL across 2 maps.
Finally, something for Hellranger to worry about, I believe.
Are you sure about that?
At least he has called a timeout. Maybe it's like, yeah, Global Esports Academy is already on 4. We cannot give more than 1 round to them in the entire game now. It's on you guys. How do you make that happen? 13-5 is all I need.
It's actually going to be pretty funny if he really says that and that ends up happening too. But here's the thing, you know.
Storyline in the making then.
I agree. I remember SATUL, man. It seems like they've got a personal problem with Global Esports Academy. I remember all the way back in Split 1, it was what, a 13-1 scoreline on the map of Lotus? That was a GEA pick. And then in Split 2, a 13-5 on the map of Split. They've started things off with a 13-5 on the map of Split itself, so really looking in the feel of it. But GEA, I have finally been loving what they're trying to pull off onto the attacking side. They show up their presence onto one part of the map and then slow default from mid and take the space on the other side too. And now it's time for SATUL to adjust.
Let's see how things were discussed in the timeout really taken. If you look at the ultimates on the side, the attackers do have 2 big ultimates. Curve having that overdrive and Ryzen having that cosmic divide. This is something they need to be very careful of. And Techno, he's trying to make a play all by himself. He's jiggling around the corner. He saw a play across. Initially dropping some smokes, but that is a very risky angle. And he's still holding that on. Trying to go back, but Garv, he's trying to chase him out. The overdrive onto the face to clear up the side. A gravity well to make things even more difficult. And Techno, he barely breathes with 6 HP, but not for long. LS and Techno taken care of pretty much easily by that Neon and Caramel. Just standing behind that cosmic divide, and Miz, he has no clue.
He's gonna be welcome. Shot onto the back of the skull. That's Caramel getting his Steel Garden ready as well for the next one. And look at that. Already moving and trying to go for the hunt curve. My goodness. He just owns Hoax out there in the open. And now pulling it all the way back. I mean, I think so Techno did not really see the cross all towards the A main. So I believe he had absolutely no idea the threat that was actually looming in front of him. And the smoke that he threw out was also all the way in arts. That was a one-way smoke for, I believe, King Kappa to play around. Who will eventually keep this one weapon in his hands. And I'll have to give it to Garv, man. The balls he played to push out of his own cosmic divide and get to realizing that Gravel was holding Techno down to the last possible second. And then eventually catching timing onto Helif as well, who had utility in the hand. It set up the entire round for his team.
Exactly. Helif had the right idea to throw a knife on his feet just to make sure that Garv is suppressed, the Neon is suppressed, but it didn't even matter in the bigger picture because Garv got the perfect timing. But now SATUL, they have a hero saved rifle from last round in the hands of King Kappa, while Techno is still having his cosmic divide. So if things work out, if they are able to deliver some sheriff shots, there is a potential retake available with that ult. Also not to forget Miz with the Blaze Storm, a Jet with those knives is always a thrifty machine.
I agree. He's got a full shield to play around though, but Global Esports Academy setting things up yet again for a full-fledged A push down. It's absolutely fine. Some similar flashes that Fred's throw for us too.
More like full-flashed A-main push.
And look at that. Look at that knife again. If I'm not wrong, it's scanned at least a couple of players too, and that's both the duelists out. That's why the rotation is shifting yet again towards the side. And King Kappa with that open, as you said. The perfect one, the only rifle Finding the first one for the success to Kibo yet again. Just before that, Flash Bloom was able to find one as Helef lands in one nasty onto Gurv 2. Both of your entries out of the round, and now you've got no time left to go for any kind of rotate, but again pushing with a classic out in the hand. Techno miss. It's a big blunder. Helef catching a timing. What a perfect one on the back of it. Shorty on his head. All he gets is one, and the round goes for GEA.
I'm not sure what entirely happened in the entire round because everybody was just getting off-timed at that very moment. You're trying to push up a smoke, the operator just leaves that smoke at the very second. You're trying to go backside, the operator is on your face at the very last second. So this is something which you cannot calculate at all, but Global Esports Academy keeping their nerves tight in the last sequences as well. Because the way Gurv was eliminated, that first frag blown up, a 3v3 against a Blaze-Storm Jet, looked like a case where SATL could pull a Trifty out, but Global Esports Academy making sure a round they deserve to win will secure that, and finally after a very long time they are in the bigger advantage.
Who's next?
After entire previous map and opening of this map too again. It's a full retake over towards the B side. SATL are going to respect all of the shenanigans that you would want to pull with this UAV. Steel Garden being used up as well a bit early on, pushing every single one. And look at that, they're constantly taking the shot control as well. It's going to be very difficult for Helef to try and hold it down. Sends out a flash, but the only person he gets is a Yoru decoy, and now he's going to be sending out his null command to support Hoax, who is all the way up in heaven. Helef peeks in at the perfect time. UV has got to hold down the angle towards the back. 4v2 into the making. Kibo not being the hero that his team wanted him to be, but maybe could be UV. Recon dealt with. Last flash perfect. Headshot delivered. Miz taken down to 4 HP and a dream to try and pull this off. Set can a tap to bait him out. Suppressed. It's gonna be the second one. Timing not in his favor. He's still sticking. He's left to refuse. No bullets. It's only a shot in the hand as SATL steal a round from under his nose. My oh my. And we are dead even at the half.
6 overall is the scoreline between both the teams. A round which looked like might be able to get in the favor of Global Esports Academy, but SATL, big credits to them. A perfect round played.
And just like how perfect Omen Max 16 is, because it's got Intel Core Ultra 9 processor. That's the Intel 9, man. You don't really want to miss out on that one with RTX 5080, and that is 16 GB version of NVIDIA. With you know that none of that is going to overheat, so you might as well want to scan that QR code or visit your nearest HP booth, because there's some HyperX headset as well that's worth 11,000. That is available only for 999 people. You don't want to miss out on any of that option, and we don't want to miss out any of the pistol action as well, as SATL will now start things all the way towards the B site on the attack.
Oh yes. Right now, a good shock dart delivered. Thorn's already been tested. But this is something which Global Esports Academy are expecting from the side. And Caramel, he has to play the perfect side anchor, and he will not be able to deliver. Miz takes him off. Techno. Just look at the spike. There
My goodness.
It was all just a big fake. They can plant anywhere they want. They might be able to take spawn control if they need. And all that question marks will create a lot of delay in the side of Global Esports Academy. They have to clear every angle individually.
Yeah,
And now Gurv, still don't know if someone is wrapping around the waterfall.
that's one of the exact reasons why Ryzen is being sent out to try and gatekeep, but King Kappa, it's about him, the timing that he can eventually get. No major utility to try and play around for that post plant apart from Hoax, and Ryzen should be able to catch one. Will be getting that one now. Everything that we've got to worry about is in towards the main as Gurv takes the first contact. UV with the answer. Kibo gets another big pick. Techno is only good for one, and he can't get the spam right on time. Down to 10 HP and not a lot of time. Hold on, Techno goes unchecked and clutches it out with just 10. What a big play from the man.
A 2v4 in the first half, a 1v3 in the second half. This is how SATL loves to convert these pistol rounds, time in and time out. A 2v4 to begin the map of Pearl. A 1v3 from an individual like Techno to turn things around, and this time it was just one round where I think even SATUL gave up hope. But Techno, he's not even flinching.
And a full fast mid push out this time around though. Perfectly anticipated, perfectly expected. It's just about time you try and farm everything off, and in order to stop all of that chaos, Helef quickly threw a team flash. After
Like,
the action was over.
If they can't see me, the opponent will not be able to see us as well. So everybody's completely blinded at that very moment. I can't see you, you can't see me. A
Why is-
PCT has been signed.
I'm just telling you, Spartas, for whatever you said for the last 5 to 10 seconds, I am definitely clipping that. I am hecking clipping that one, but one thing is for sure though. This one down is getting clipped in the hands of SATUL. Caramel with just a sheriff and a dream to pull off. Not
His
happening,
main
right?
concern right now is deny that flawless, I would say. Because
Get a
SATUL
rifle
in
out.
the Delta Echoes, they have been converting every other round in a flawless manner. And yes, another flawless delivered. Folks with the Outlaw. 8th round for SATUL. And if you look at the buy they have, they're pretty much in control. They have a rifle, double guardians, an Outlaw, a Bulldog.
I should probably place some stars in the astral
Looks like a
plane.
round where SATUL can convert yet another bonus.
Highly possible. The Outlaw is not going to give a lot of value apart from Caramel maybe, and I'm pretty sure he's not going to be the first one to peak, but GEA looking to aggress all the way towards B while
Need that back.
SATUL are playing a 1-3-1 default out here. Howl drone out there towards the double doors. Open quickly. And I love the idea. They just waited out all the Astra utilities there and now we're going to be taking control of the art. My
Such a clever
goodness.
move. Oh, but Miz, he knows where the players are, and Miz, he is so stubborn, he's not leaving that angle, and Caramel, he wants that frag as well, but everybody
Spike
is
planted.
just chipping each other of the health points. But now a 5v5 retake, and Global Esports Academy, they do have
Watching
a
here.
big chunk of utilities, especially with the Yoru decoy and double flash points. Can you
Yeah,
make that
but-
happen?
The same thing could be said for the side of SATUL. They've got a few stars out there placed as well, but Ryzen deals with the first wave. Make it do as Caramel answers back as well. They're going to be flooding in on the side as Gurv take control. You've got to push out through the damn smokes and you can't see a damn thing apart from UV's 3K. A defuse being stuck, and that too flawless retake in the manner. Exactly what GEA needed.
Very well orchestrated. The timing of the utility is just perfect. The frags from side of UV even better. And the Yoru is finally stepping up. Those flash points were something they needed to flood onto the side. Blinded 2 to 3 players at a very instant, and then UV just taking the matter in his own hands. But now, attacker's side, Jet, is on the operator. This is something, well, I would say is coming from a read from side of Hawks. They know Global Esports Academy likes to push that B-long angle round after round.
Yeah.
And this time Miz is there to punish them.
Oh my god, that's a ton of util out in front of him! And he still gets one in all of that. UV quick onto that trade as well, so that operator has been sent out of the mix. And it's kind of in a spot that you can't really recover unless you're really looking to end up at B.
But that being said, the thing is, every 4v4 is always attack favored. The defense will cut down thin. And right now, Ryzen is feeling that pressure to clear up the space, and Ryzen, he will get dealt with by King Kappa. A flick to shut things over. UV making numbers even. A good dimension drift, taking the spawn control, and Helef, who was already down to 16 HP, is out of the round. But now King Kappa just making sure he grabs the spike at the right time, because they have the entirety of the B side. A 3v3 retake with King Kappa still having those 2 nanoswarms, Hawks with the 2 shock darts. They have a good push plant util setup.
And look at that. It's such an open plant on site
Spike
though.
planted.
It's a bit bold of them to do that considering they didn't have the shot clearance, but still gonna work out for them. Hawks has got the spawn. They know where the rest of the team is gonna flood in from. And Global Esports Academy, they have been struggling on these kinds of retakes all the way through the previous map. On the back of that horn though, with the Euro decoy, they're going to be clutching themselves in. Sees one, Techno still answers back. He's able to get one, and Owl drone for such a late round. Look at QB trying to wrap around. The fight needs to be won, and it will eventually be taken down. Hoax and Techno working in unison. S8UL with such a disciplined round.
I love it from S8UL. The calling from Hoax is just insane at that point. He knew it is a 3v3. He knew UV is the one who killed their teammate at the attacker spawn. So the rotation is most likely from either the link or from the B main. All they need to do is take spawn control, plant it for a universal area, take spawn control and make sure that you have heaven. And once you plant for that universal spot and you have the heaven control, it is impossible for any team to make the retake happen. And this is exactly what happened right there. Host clearing that spawn with a double swing and then just setting the entire team up. You have a crazy amount of utility in the postman as well if you want to buy out time. But little they know, even before the time could occur, the rifles delivered. And S8UL, they look again in the driving seat.
Oh my. And as you said, this timer is now going to put a bit of a break on S8UL's driving. That has been driving GEA crazy throughout the entire attacking half of them now. And I've been loving the call from S8UL too, but at the same time I'll have to mention Global Esports Academy in their mid-rounding, they were so very good this time around. They were able to take, they gave up the B main control, yes, but at the same time they took the A main control, they took the entire mid for themselves systematically. Apart from just a small problem of Ryzen though, this time an explosive start over towards the B with shock darts being sent out to try and deal with some of the Vice utilities, which is not here. Oh my goodness, pushing through their own cosmic divide. Curve wanted to make a hero play out there, but Bucky on his pace, exactly as you mentioned, shuts him down and all the way towards the back. Knives are not the best friend of Maze, and I'm pretty sure that's going to do it for him.
Oh, this is something which is yet again a 3v3. Majority of the retakes have come down to this very last equation of 3 versus 3, but this time around S8UL, how they will hold Ryzen with the cosmic divide delivered, but Caramel, he finds the frag. Techno trade, he wants one more, but Kibo is there for the another pick. Kibo left, right and center, and Global Esports Academy, the cosmic divide paying its way off. 8th round on the board.
When they put it like that, I was actually worried for GEA because S8UL were playing site heavy. If I'm not wrong, there was only King Kappa who was outside of the divide. But still, they were able to flood out all the way through those choke points and overwhelm S8UL with the numbers. And I'll have to say, man, Miz has been working out really well with every weapon except of his knives. Pretty sure he does not live in London. Please get the reference.
I would try to ignore it as much as possible right now.
I'm sure you did not. The people from London will as well, but alright. Heavy aim in presence this time. Being shown by GEA.
Here.
Just have a sheriff in his hand. They have 2 big ultimates if they want to hit the side, since Helef can just run it down with the null command. He throws a flash for Emin, showing some piece of presence, but again, a KO with the ultimate, roaming around by himself is never a good idea. He spots the player out. Barely breathing on that 5 HP. He has a regen shield to make himself breathe a little more. And he will stay at the main, but now Mills, a good flash from Helef, and Mills will be able to capitalize, and Kibo is stuck in the no man's corner. The ultimate delivered, and Helef, what? Just walking in. Too many options for Kibo to select from. And he will just select none of them.
He just picks up the worst one out of there, but again, this double man retake out here. This could be a problem for Helef though, but again, he's the only guy who's down to 5 HP. They don't really mind it. They've got 4 players who are stuck on all the parts of the map, and look at Hoax. His late rotation coming in all the way from A-main. Yeah, good luck saving these weaponries, Global Esports Academy. That ain't happening right now.
If flanking the flanker had a picture, Hoax will be the artist. Just look at that guy. second layer of flank at the very last second. He knows if Global Esports Academy just walked into the side, I am there. We need not worry at all. And another well orchestrated round from SATUL. Global Esports Academy, they were completely caught by surprise, especially how well the KO played this round. Helef spots the player, was lucky enough to survive on that 1 HP, I would say. He was tagged minus 120. But then the region shield popped in and a perfect star from Techno to make him survive. And then Miz just doing Miz things. And now, since Global Esports Academy didn't have a buy and an SATUL, they know that and just want to run it down towards their side.
My ultimate is ready.
All they need to do is just make sure not to run in the Campbell stack. And in order to make sure that they don't, sending out this drop down as well. It's going to empty the entire side too, and it's all down to the bunch of utilities that are going to come out. Yeah, he's eventually in the side too, but stopped up by that grab well in the meantime. And a very quick flood coming in from Global Esports Academy.
But they don't have the weapons to support that flood. They have a bunch of sheriffs, a classics, I would say. A Marshall is their best weapon, and this is not looking good. This looks like the 11th round from side of SATUL, and Hoax is just playing that last lurker yet again. But Caramel and UV, one frag each. A 2 for 1, but that outlaw from Techno will not deliver, and Ryzen gets one more down. Gar with the Marshall. The ultimate deployed, and Hoax, he has Hunter's Fury, but he will not be able to use that at all. A thrifty round from Global Esports Academy. A bunch of sheriffs and Marshall is all they had. And everybody was able to find those heads they needed. A thrifty in the making, and GEA, they are continuing their streak.
What a mad round from Global Esports Academy, or rather a mad call out here, man. How many times in these retakes, Spartus, are you going to call out to re-clear arts? And how many of those times are you actually going to get the picks with Sheriff? This is just ludicrous from them. But it has worked out, man. It's been rocking their boat out here.
Well done.
Back of those Sheriffs, true. And it's a very widespread defaulter. 2-1-2 for SATUL. They just want extremities control, hold it down, while Global Esports Academy with 3 players in mid are anticipating a mid push down.
Techno, perfectly done. They needed some information, and Ryzen will get baited out because of that. The Wise Wall has been triggered as well. The Shear will not give any information, and now Caramel, his spidey sense is tingling for sure. He knows there's something wrong on that B side. He wants to peek out, but that spidey sense, that tingling sensation is making him stay a little longer. And the longer he stays, the longer he survives, the better for Global Esports Academy. Because SATUL are moving towards the Wise side.
Absolutely. They're pushed out. Miz can't really go towards the back because the Razor Vines, though. Support coming in QBs. The first one to be taken down. Caramel good for 1.
30 seconds left.
But eventually answered. Miz snaps up perfectly. And I was about to mention that. A few seconds more and Global Esports Academy will clear the entirety of the A main, but the flank is eventually watched out for, and Techno is ready to farm some orbs out there as Helef with the operator. Interesting. He's able to get 1, and King Kappa. Yeah, good luck Kibo saving that rifle. Not happening out here. SATUL now at the touching distance of the series point. Just 1 more round needed. And Global Esports Academy will be scratching their heads as to what happened in the previous one.
Oh, things are definitely not looking good from side of GEA. But something which is good for the viewers is the quiz. And again, who had the most clutches round in the OMEN VCSA Split 2? Scan the QR code, answer if you can, because that is a really tricky question, to be honest.
See what you did there. And I'm seeing what GA is trying to do out here again with some of the scrappy buys. Quickly taking that aim in control. It was only Miz. And look at the reply from SATUL. They answer back by taking that mid control towards double doors. Caramel needs to find a perfect timing. Almost had a phantom moment in his hand though, but eventually traded out. Techno, Hoax working in unison. Gar. Hold on, my guy. Try to catch in a few more as The space is being filled by rest of them, but it's only the bodies that are lying all the way up together. Full blind by Helef. Picture perfect KO play. An underhand flash being sent out, and all you can do is tuck tails and run away this time. The only weapon is got in hands, and nothing in the bank account for next.
And that will be the series point for SATUL. If there one thing that is completely evident from this round is that Garv is never ever buying a Phantom. That guy has to just let Phantom go forever. He had such a good opportunity, but he missed that entirety of the magazine, and now UV, he is in a 1v4. Hopes in his mind, but a save definitely would be a better option from here, rather than going in a sequence where you cannot even try. And he gets first, trying the second, but miss. Takes him down with the operator. SATUL, 12th one on the board. Series point in the making.
Let's end this.
And you've got nothing to work with except for scraps. That is heartbreaking for GEA. 3 stingers into the mix and a sheriff. I think so. The only thing that you can eventually rely on is the ultimate combinations by UV on the back of Dimensional Drift, Kibo on the back of Nightfall, and Curve with the overdrive. But that needs to work for retakes and rather not make a play out here in main. But they are trying to go for that try. That try is going to be answered first. Maze with the knife. This time lands in both of them. Fully blinded by the Prowler as Kibo can't survive on the back of it. This is done. It's all over. As SATUL will close the series out 2-0. 39 into the making, and this team is looking ready for the playoffs.
The SATUL rocket is just going so fast right now that Global Esports Academy have no clue what just happened to them. They looked like they will make a comeback in the second half, but SATUL, there is no one stopping them. Another stomping victory for them. They faced each other 3 times, and each and every encounter has been in the favor of SATUL.
I'm pretty sure all the rockets are going to be flying out there in the open. My man Spartas, this is not what I was expecting. I really wanted to see a bit more close series as well. Global Esports Academy did pull up a bit, at least in the early to mid part. But then SATUL were just running it down to whichever part of the map they wanted.
Well, this is something which Global Esports Academy needs to work on a lot. Because if it is your map pick, your attacking executes were just not present. Your defensive areas were having loopholes and gaps, which SATUL were so happy to exploit round after round, especially those arts plays. That art split worked out phenomenally well for SATUL. And everything which Hoax tried with his team, they were able to deliver round after round.
It was working so well. To be honest, it got fixed so good that Miz was eventually able to get a triple kill with his knives. Not really in the way that we expected, but that was absolutely fantastic. It all started with SATUL having their own early domination of 4-round conversion into a Global Esports adjustment after their own timeout. But again, it was only a matter of a little time where SATUL, after Hellranger's own instructions, converted it all on the back of their plays. And I'll have to say, Spartus, we were discussing how Miz was one of the big struggling factors of SATUL back in Split 2. But this Miz is looking different.
A much more confident Miz, I would say. He's not shying from making those crazy plays right there, and he is able to deliver that as well. But also, he needs to just continue this type of performance in the upcoming series as well, because this is just the first step in this double LM scene. Global Esports Academy, they are not out yet. They will be thrown down to the lower brackets. But SATUL, the rocket is just going upwards from here. Because the way they played, it showed some resilience, some structure, and individual heroics, to say the least.
Call me a clairvoyant, but I'm pretty sure that they're going to have a rematch of SATUL and Revenant XSpark up in upper bracket of this group once that happens. But yeah, I rightfully agree. This SATUL is looking ready. This SATUL is gonna fly high. Every single unit working really well in this map. I'll have to say Techno as well, Spartus, one of the most crucial key of this team. Finding his own form in this map and not fully relying on Caramel or rather King Kappa to pull off his own shenanigans. That was also a very good sign of success for them.
That is very true. And maybe things can be said like Techno is more comfortable on the classical controller players rather than a Viper, where you have to rely a lot on the lurks. When you give him Astra, when you give him Omen, he might be able to step up more. So this is something which you need to work in the future. But someone who has worked so crazy hard in this map is Miz. 8 first bloods delivered in the entire map.
You know what? Give me a second to digest this. What? I did mention, yeah, this Miz is different from what he was in Split 2, but 8 first kills is madness! And he's running it 271 as well. Holy smokes, my guy.
And the fact that he has a damage per round of just 151. So he's just getting one at the maximum, but he is getting that first blood every freaking round possible. 15 first bloods on the side of SATUL, 8 on the side of Miz. Where first kills, if you talk about Global Esports Academy, just 7 delivered. But the post-plant conversion is pretty much the same.
Listen, you're right. Hold your horses here, hold your horses. Miz has more first kills than the entire Global Esports Academy combined. it's just bonkers, and if it's anything. Post-plants and everything it can all be thrown out of the window. Holy smokes. Miz was just owning the members of UV is going to be the MVP on the other side with 2 of his own. A decent performance being put up by the rest of the team as well. But it was nowhere near what SATUL had in their backpack.
For sure. SATUL completely built up team, and Global Esports Academy, with the type of changes they have with addition of Caramel and Gurv, they are still not able to find their footing. UV, yes, performed really well as compared to the last map. Ryzen is there, a better performance from the last map, but then Kibo had a completely off day. Caramel was not able to leave his impact on the game, and Gurv, as we questioned earlier, being a Neon player, especially when you don't have enough experience with it, is pretty difficult, and Gurv was just not able to live with the hype.
He was struggling so much though, but the man who was not struggling in both of these maps eventually is going to be King Kappa with 39 overall kills, Spartus, and a damage per round of 164. Fun fact, he almost dropped a 20 bomber on both of the maps in an average.
That is kind of sad. But hey, King Kappa just playing it perfectly well. But overall, if you look at the series, a map which could have been played very differently from the side of SATUL, they stick with a composition that is completely vanilla, no flavor whatsoever. And despite all that, they had game plans which not only helped in the defender side, but also with the attacker side. So this is something which everybody needs to look out for. Does not matter what type of map you pick against SATUL. They have their basic ideas and they are able to replicate them into the game.
I like the fact that you mentioned about this, because I still remember in one of the interviews that we were taking of Hoax, I think so he mentioned as well that Helif is rather a type of IGL who likes to call in terms of how they call internationally. And that kind of gives you the idea that SATUL, they look at international meta and they try to adapt to it while adding their own flavor into the mix. So I think so them sticking to the standard comp, not really changing a lot of it, comes down to how they like to see what's happening throughout the world and not just rather stick to the South Asian or the Pacific meta itself. And I think so that's a very good way of working around their own kind of Valorant, right? It's a bit different from what others try to do, something that they might pick up from one of the other regions and then try to replicate throughout all of that. SATUL like to add in their own mixture through that, and I think so that's pretty nice to see. But another nice thing, or rather a great thing, is going to be this next matchup, which will be between VLT taking on .exe Esports.
Velocity, the second runner-up from Split 2. But then if you look at .exe, it is the lineup which has tied scores on the circuit point with SATUL. So the thing is, they have to be at least making sure that they go ahead to the playoffs to make sure that they collect sufficient circuit points to get them to the Ascension qualifiers. SATUL has taken a step in the right direction. But can .exe create a huge upset? Because the team they are facing is someone you just have a nightmare about.
Not even once, but rather twice, all the way back in Split 1 and then in Split 2 itself. So it's more like a double revenge matchup for .exe to try and pull it off against VLT. Reckoning were able to do that. And we have seen all the way back in Split 1 where they were named as OG. They won against Reckoning. Yeah, it's been a bit more different this time around, but maybe, you know, who knows? Maybe we are up for all a surprise out here. But ladies and gentlemen, those surprises are going to be kept for the next map, next series, which will be casted by Necro and Shadow. So make sure you stay tuned. We'll be right back after this break.
Here we go! What's this?
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
this? Spike down A. Flawless.
Silence.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
welcome to OMEN's Valorant Challenger South Asia Split 3. I'm going to be a host to Caster Necro. John alongside with me on the panel, it will be Shadow. And Shadow, I'm pretty sure you saw what exactly happened in the previous matchup itself. Exe Duel coming out with flying colors. But now it's time for us to step into a completely different matchup. Velocity, it's one of those teams that we know is currently topping the charts, and no matter what's going on. Split 2, yeah, a bit of a mishap in the final few moments, but still Velocity has been the best, while they're going to be facing off against Exe. And I feel bad for Exe because the first matchup itself, they're going up against Velocity.
That is actually going to test their patience as well. How much are they prepared for the Ascension qualifiers? Because let's be honest, Split 3 has got the highest circuit points. So if you perform really good in Split 3, if you become the winner of Split 3, maybe you stand a chance to qualify for the Ascension qualifier. So that means .exe, this is a golden opportunity for them.
Yeah, but once again, that's going to be the only way .exe actually makes it to the Ascension qualifiers. If .exe misses out on the victory over here in the Split 3, they're going to be messed up big time. Of course, the opportunity for them to move on towards the Ascension qualifiers might just fade away. So .exe, they just need to make sure that they're going to be the winners of the Split 3. I understand it's still quite a long shot since the first matchup itself is going to be against Velocity. And you know what? What happened inside of the Split 2? I feel like I am now a believer. Anything can happen. Things are extremely unpredictable. We might just see Velocity lose out against .exe. Anything can happen. But once again, we've got a bit of a quiz on the screen. Who had the most clutches? Who had the most clutch rounds in OMEN VCSA 2025 Split 2? Lightning Fast, Tricky, Monair, or Rossi? Shadow, what is the answer?
I know the answer, but unfortunately, Neeraj, as we casters can't take part in this, so I'm not going to reveal that.
Okay,
if I'm getting paid for it, if you're going to bribe me, then I can tell you.
Well, you know what? The audience can definitely go ahead and answer that quiz by scanning the QR code on the screen. But as we move on towards the Group B bracket itself, we did see the previous matchup a while ago, but now we're going to move on towards Velocity versus .exe, which is, of course, going to be quite an interesting matchup. And as I mentioned, anything can happen. Since we've witnessed the Split 2 and since we've witnessed the mishaps inside of the Split 2 itself, we might just see Velocity Gaming lose out on this one. Anything can happen.
For sure. No one believed Velocity is going to lose against the players of Revenant Esports in Split 2, and that did happen. Revenant, I do understand, was a tough competition, but Revenant, I'm not saying Revenant is a weak team, but the way VLT had their entire run in Split 1 and Split 2, it was kind of bound to happen that VLT is going to win, but that didn't happen. So maybe OG can also take a victory against the players of Velocity Gaming.
I mean, look, at this point, with the way things really went in Split 2, we don't exactly know what was going on inside of Velocity Gaming. It did feel like they were facing a lot of issues at that certain time. But as we have a look at the playing 5 of Velocity for this upcoming matchup, we're going to have Russ, SK Rossi, Lightning Fast, Devaltica Madeline, and Damara. Once again, let's not forget, Velocity also did bring in a new import inside of the playing 6. They have Patrick Hu, but since we know only 2 imports can play in the playing 5 itself, that's why currently Patrick Hu is sitting outside.
Yeah, and he was also an ex-Global Esports player, and SK Rossi was also there. So Velocity and Global Esports, they do have a history with each other. In fact, a lot of history, but SK Rossi, Lightning Fast. If you remember in Split 2 also, Neeraj, SK Rossi was not feeling himself in few of the matches. Especially Damara.
Things have been a little bit on and off, right, at the end of the day. And Velocity Gaming, they have been at the top of the performance. What matters is that they're still in the top 2 of the circuit points. That means they're extremely close towards that Ascension qualifiers. So I would just say Velocity Gaming right now, they just need to perform consistently. That's it. We've got .exe2 on the screen, Coley, RVK, Machiavelli, DC, Trinity. We have been looking at these boys over and over again. Looking at the lineup on paper, it definitely does seem quite solid. But the performance recently have been extremely shaky.
Of course, I 100% agree with you. Recent performance has been shaky from the side of Damara, because if you look at the roster of Velocity Gaming, the entire roster, the entire agent composition is built in a certain way that every initiator is picked according to Damara. And if Damara underperforms, the initiator utility goes waste. That really happened in Split 2 as well. But looking at the map, Vito, we have a map pick. Sunset coming from the side of .exe, and Lotus has been one of the strongest map of Velocity Gaming, so they are going for a Lotus pick.
Yeah, interesting stuff, right? I mean, once again, VLT is going to be picking up defense, which is quite interesting too. So I would love to see how Sunset goes in the first place. And then we are seeing Lotus as well. At the end of the day, look, Velocity, I feel like it's one of those teams that's going to be extremely good no matter what sort of map you give them. But .exe, I definitely do feel like they've got a solid chance of winning this BO3 series, since Velocity is not really having that good of a run of a form, and even there is a bit of that chink in the armor.
That definitely is. So that means Sunset is going to be really important. And looking at the agent composition, Velocity once again going for the double initiator composition, the Breathe Sober comp with the Neon. Tamara has one of the best Neon in the entire Indian circuit, but he was also failing in split 2. So I really hope whatever the issue was, whatever the chink in the armor was, that has been fixed from the side of Velocity Gaming. But .exe, looking at their agent composition, they are going for a double controller. A Viper Omen setup. Interesting pick, Neeraj.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's not really something that's catching all of us off guard, right? It's still quite a classic agent pool that we're seeing in front of us. Quite a classic agent composition too. Velocity Gaming, they've always been someone who does not really like to experiment too much. They just like to stick to the basics, and once again, they've done that. We're not really seeing anything completely out of the ordinary. They have been playing the same agent selection from the past, and even .exe. Now look, as I mentioned, Velocity, since they've lost the momentum, there's a big chance .exe can definitely come through with the upset and just surprise all of us by completely taking down VLT, or else it's going to be the same thing repeating once again. Velocity just steamrolling the competition.
One thing I'm going to tell you, Neeraj, Pistol has always been a weak round for the players of Velocity Gaming. They never had such convincing Pistol round. So I think against the players of .exe, the first Pistol round is going to be really important. If they win this one, I'm sure that is going to boost their confidence. But for now, .exe on the attacking side and VLT on the defensive side. Triple stacked up B side. So obviously the execution is not going to be easy. That's the reason that .exe is moving entirely towards A side, where we have a Cypher setup also.
For some reason, it feels like you've just jinxed it now. Since you said Velocity hasn't really been that great with the pistol rounds, I feel like that's a jinx right there. VLT might just come out on top in the first round itself. Let's see. Slow and steady approach, though, so far from .exe, since they're on the attack. Everyone from VLT as well, extremely pinned. Not giving off any sort of cues yet. The same thing can be said for .exe as well, moving extremely quiet. And now it's going to be a quick burst on the side as well. There was that trip, but still, it did not do anything. Unfortunately for Velocity, yes, they've lost out of the sight, and now they will need to play on a complete retake.
Yeah, SK Rossi was the only solo anchor towards the A side, and it's going to be a flood retake. All the utilities of Velocity Gaming are already dead. Tamara is a bit stuck with that Sage wall, but finally he goes into the side, and the first pick goes towards Kohli as he gets 2 of his own. And VLT, like I said, Pistol has never been this good. I don't think the Asterisk is there. On the back of it, Russ gets 1, but all the trays are going in the favor of .exe. It's only lightning fast in a 1v4 situation now.
Yeah, lightning fast all by himself. And now it just seems impossible. 65 HP in hand. He's only got a classic to work with. And even the spike's taken away slowly and steadily. Beautiful shots connection. But it's not going to be able to find the pick in the end, as it will be .exe with a clean start to this entire map. Once again for .exe, now they just need to move on with the momentum. As we all know, the upcoming round as well should be a follow-up with that, since Velocity will be on an eco.
Yeah, an eco round for the players of Velocity, but also .exe, they need to convert this round in a more convincing way so that the bonus also looks pretty good for them, pretty solid for them. So that would be the entire attempt for the players of .exe at this point. And Velocity, well, all they will just try... Wait a second, there is no Bucky on Damara? On the eco round, we have seen Damara always go for a Bucky pick. But this time, he is sticking to the pistol.
Seems like Split 2 has changed a lot of things, huh? Why would you not? Because it clearly did not really work out in the LAN finals. Or in the LAN especially, if you'd like to say so. .exe, previous round was a success. Just bursting through on the site with patience. But this time around as well, maybe looking to execute something similar. A side is completely open. It's a massive stack from Velocity towards the screen down. It's not a good read. .exe will once again have a free sailing towards the site, while Velocity is just waiting on the opposite. For .exe, there should be an easy spike plant. Velocity has been struggling with the retake, especially in the previous round as well, and since now they do not even have the proper weaponry, I highly doubt we might expect anything else. Once the camera did tag one, but that's all he's going to be able to fight. As .exe once again starting to funnel in with a lot of these picks, and once again .exe They just line him up like they do not mean anything. It is going to be DC with a quick 3-piece on the board.
3 weaponries being carried forward for the bonus round. And here's the thing, Neeraj, VLT, maybe they are not that strong in the pistol round, but every single time the Mara used to go for the Bucky pick because VLT has been phenomenal in those eco rounds. The thrifty conversions have always been there. If not always, most of the time it has been there. So I was a little taken back that when the Mara was sticking to the pistol, because if it had been a Bucky, maybe there is a possibility of VLT converting the eco round. But nevertheless, a wise decision from the side of Velocity, but now it's a full buy round for them, and indeed an important one. For .exe is going to be in a bonus round. 3 players all the way towards A. The entire team of .exe this time is moving towards B. There we have SK Rossi along with Lightning Fast. Sacrifice are there, but it should be an easy plan for the players of .exe this time again.
Yeah, the man did get caught in the tripwire for a moment, but SK Rossi on the site. Now it's starting to line up those skulls. Velocity with a quick 2-piece. Lightning Fast as well follows up with a quick 2-piece of his own. Velocity, massive man advantage in the hand. It's taken down to a 2-on-4 in the end. .exe does not seem like they stand a chance anymore inside of this fight. And just like that, it will be Damara gliding through with those kills.
Every single time, that's a typical Damara play. But along with that, Lightning Fast also was able to get that initial frag. The way the entire retake did happen from the side of Velocity Gaming, it was a complete easy round, looked like, for VLT. But Lightning Fast, let me tell you, Neeraj, in Split 2, the player who was actually performing really good, especially in the LAN, was Lightning Fast. And I don't know if it is safe to say, but there were few rounds where he was actually carrying the entire team as well.
1 enemy remaining.
And you would love to see that, right? Especially from the duelist. That's what you expect. You always expect the duelist to go just absolute haywire. Berserk. And yeah, so far, Velocity, once again, winning the round that was supposed to be theirs in the first place since they had the advantage. But now, as we're going to have even Steven on the board, both the teams have an equal weaponry. Still a round lead in the hand of .exe. This time around, .exe revealing their presence towards B. Velocity. I love this confidence from Lightning Fast, but he might just be caught with that showstopper. Trinity still wants to get as much success as possible, but he messes up big time. Showstopper did give the space that was required, but now even the Hunter's Fury invested inside of this round. .exe Trinity was able to slip in quite deep, but Velocity with this quick lurk. Even Damara is able to catch a quick 2-piece of his own. .exe is trying their best to fight back, but now the man advantage in the hand of Velocity. 1-on-3 on the board. DC completely surrounded by the foes, and that's going to be it for .exe in this one.
Damara's lurk was indeed really important in this particular round. The way he was going all the way from the spawn and did catch few of the players of .exe off guard. And the only win condition which .exe had was a Hunter's Fury, and unfortunately Kohli was not able to get any value out of it. An equalizer which Velocity was looking for has been established, and also now Damara has got on overdrive online. But I don't see any major ultimate progression from the side of .exe, and also they are on the save round. So this should be easy third round for the players of Velocity Gaming now.
Yeah, definitely it does seem like it. Unless those Sheriffs, they start to find skulls. And sometimes it just feels completely one-sided when you feel like the opponents are fueled up on absolute anger. .exe. Once again, trying to find that space in mid. See the players around the door as well. .exe towards mid. They've managed to establish that mid control too. Damara, bolt peek, and he still finds that kill. Trinity down. Damara once again is not going to be the one to stop this time around. Instead, he pushes up deep. And now Damara might just find the third one as well. But Machiavelli, he finds a quick 2-piece, shutting down the entire aggression of VLT and bringing the number down to a 3v3. Velocity, they might just be worried a bit now. Machiavelli, the man's already in form. He's already tasted 2 skulls, and even DC sneaks in quite deep. All the way towards B site, all the way and back as well. .exe, they've got different plans though. Gonna get their hands on the A side. It should be an easy plant too. Russ needs to be careful of the back lines. There is a man towards defender spawn. And Russ, he's not holding the cross anymore. Russ will be surprised soon.
Left.
Looks back at the nick of time, but the man's already slipped past him.
Last player
Two
standing.
players of Velocity messing things up massively. Sheriffs, they're finding the impossible. Heads, it feels like there's just magnetic, somehow
planted.
just attracting those bullets directly to the skull. But this time around, Russ has managed to find the first.
Enemy remaining.
Still needs to get the second, and he does as well. Russ! Oh, one more to go. Clutch is possible. The man is still around the same spot. Russ did spot him at the first. Does not have any sort of utilities to back him up this time. Russ needs to go for a raw peak, but it will be DC to come out on top. What a thrifty that was.
Indeed, a good thrifty conversion from the side of .exe, but few mistakes were definitely there from the side of Velocity Gaming. Initially, the Mara was able to get the first frag towards the mid, but after that, you already called for it. The Sheriff shots, if they land perfectly on the head, there is a possibility of a thrifty conversion. But Russ, every single time, we have seen this guy perform really well. But big blunders, big mistakes from the side of Velocity Gaming. And if VLT keeps replicating those mistakes, Siraj, maybe what happened in Split 2 can get repeated.
Definitely. Velocity, though, for now. This time we're seeing a bit of a change in Velocity's playing stance. Usually SK Rossi was playing all the way in the back. But this time he's on the site. It's quite a risky position, might just be 1 in 10 angle as well, but SK Rossi needs to squeeze the most out of it. His position's revealed, but he's got those cages, that's working for him. Luckily enough, Madeline was able to thread that needle, so at least as of now, Velocity Gaming still inside of the race, but the site's already lost.
Down A.
Machiavelli does get found by Russ, but Madeline, at this moment, Exe as well. Since they know the man advantage is in the hand of Velocity, anything can happen. Exe starting to lose out on the man, and once again, Damara with that lurk. But Madeline, that 3-piece is something that saved the round.
Yeah, Damara's luck didn't give any value because there was no enemy left, and Madeline was the hero of this particular round, of 3K for him. But once again, .exe, they need to buckle up their shoes because they had the resurrection, they had everything. But seems like the initial first few picks which went in the favor of Velocity Game. And look at Damara, he still has got the overdrive online. A win condition already for round number 7, or maybe for the next round, because this time once again .exe do not have enough weaponry. In fact, just a single hero rifle in the hands of Trinity. And once again .exe going all the way towards A, where we have the entire setup of SK Rossi. The tripwire as the Cypher Cam is already there. But a double lurk coming this time from VLT?
Wow.
Could be a possibility.
I like that. I like that from Velocity. It's going to give them the reassurance that there is no one on towards the B side.
Camera taken
Now the A side once again taken away, but Velocity, they've already initiated that entire rotation. Velocity pushed back completely passive this time around. SK Rossi almost could have been picked off in that scenario. But that reassurance that they got towards the A side is now sort of missing. Velocity, though, still trying to get that grip back in the sight. Trinity finds himself in such an awkward pickle. A 1 in 10 angle, Trinity gets caught too. Now it's just Sheriff's on the board, and for Velocity, should be an easy pick on the board, and just like that, another round at it.
Yeah, 3-4 in the favor of VLT, once again in the lead. Velocity Gaming, yes, this time the round was saved by Lightning Fast. Russ, in fact, Russ Rolling Thunder is also just 1 point away. Madeline has already got the Hunter's Fury. So the win conditions for Velocity Gaming for the next round are already there. 2 major ultimates, the third one could be also be there. But .exe, once again, important round for the players of .exe, because now they have got enough courage to go for a buy. If they lose this one, once again, they'll be stuck in that economical debt cycle, and that's the reason that .exe has called for a timeout. They really need to discuss that how they can convert this particular round, how they can breach into the defense of Velocity Gaming.
Yeah, and once again, Madeline's got his hands on the Hunter's Fury, which is not a good thing for .exe. Ultimates now starting to rack up from the side of Velocity, even the economy stacking up, while .exe down in slumbers. It's not a good look. And once again for Velocity, with the way the day started out, Losing out on those 2 initial rounds after losing that pistol, of course, the next one's anticipated, but losing that Thrifty, it definitely did feel like it might just give Velocity a bit of that mental setback, but no, that was not the case. Instead, Velocity, they slapped back. So for .exe now, this upcoming round has to be it.
The next round, like you pointed out, is really important. And one more thing, Neeraj. These 4 rounds have been converted on the defensive side from the side of Velocity Gaming. And .exe, if they're struggling on the attacking side, I don't know what's going to happen in the second half, because they really need to finish the first half in a lead. In fact, a solid lead they need if they really want to convert the map of Sunset, because Lotus is their home ground for the players of Velocity Gaming. But look at Exe Esports. The high-low setup is there with Lightning Fast, and Lightning Fast gets 2.
Disgusting.
Not just 1, but 2 picks.
Absolutely disgusting from Velocity. And now here comes the smoke as well. You just can't do anything after that.
Toxins going you will not
That's
kill
gotta
my
blow for
ally.
you. 2 quick eliminations off the rip like that. Velocity just finding a major advantage, and even the Hunter's Fury invested now. As I mentioned, Madeline did get his hands on the Hunter's Fury, but luckily enough, that Hunter's Fury invested. But still, the man advantage is in the hands of Velocity. Another one found like that, lightning fast. He's lining them up like they do not mean anything. Even RVK falls down, lightning fast on the verge of getting the ace. Just needs to find the last man as well. There is Damara closing up from the back lines. Good relay folds, and a flawless round from Velocity.
Yeah, Damara denying that ace to Lightning Fast. But Lightning Fast has been an absolute beast in the entire roster of Velocity Gaming. As a controller, he has been always carrying his team. Not just carrying, he has been always top fragging. Even now also, a 10-3 as a controller. And if your controller is performing so good and you have got Damara in your team, there are very solid chance that you are going to get a 2-0 victory in your favor. The overdrive, I don't know when Damara is actually going to use that ultimate, but that is there. And once again, like I said, .exe, the previous round was really important. Once again, pushed onto the save round. It's just only 1 Spectre in the hands of Kohli. And that's it. That's the only win condition. It's not even a win condition.
It's not. And once again, .exe stuck in that economical trap, right? A loop. You lose this round, you will get the weaponry in the next one. You lose that round, you're once again back towards ground 0. It's not a good trap to be in. So .exe, they need 2 rounds back to back. Converting this Thrifty, I'm not really expecting that, but the upcoming round after this one has to be theirs. And unfortunately for .exe, that gunshot has already gave the sound away. And once again, Velocity, they're expecting this burst. Good tremor. Gonna suppress the push for a while. There is that snake bite, but it's not gonna be stopping the players at all. Madeline finds a quick 2K, but DC and Kohli, they reply back. .exe still in this game. A 3v3. Velocity, they might just lose out in this round. Another Thrifty can be converted. There is a possibility. RVK finds Rustu. Crucial picks coming in on the board for .exe. And Velocity losing the grab of this entire round.
Shadows traveling.
2 players on the board, while .exe, they've got 3. The grip is now starting to get tightened up even more. Kohli tosses out the recon bolt. It's not going to give any sort of information just yet. And there comes the first man. SK Rossi finds an instant trade, but there is still Kohli available. And he will shut him down. A Thrifty round converted from .exe. This is going to be the breakthrough they were looking for.
Previously, they came so close to converting a Thrifty round, but they were not able to do so. But this time, they are converting and coming so close to achieving that equalizer, which .exe players need at this point. And in fact, they have got 4 major ultimates. The Showstopper is there, the Viper's Pit for the post plant is also there, Hunter's Fury, 3 ultimates. There is a solid chance of .exe getting at least bare minimum 6 rounds in the first half itself. But VLT, in fact, they also have got 4 ultimates and also an operator in the hands of Damara. The Paranoia goes in, and the back of it, Damara gets Trinity as well.
Indeed. Once again, .exe, for them, it's going to be a tough flood to stop. 4 players on the board for .exe. A quick man advantage taken by the players of Velocity in this one. And Damara, since he's got his hands on the operator too, it's pretty much like a death toll on top of their head. Both of them just waiting for each other to peek out. And once again, that is going to be quite wide. Damara just never saw that coming. Gets put in quite an awkward place. Escapes away from that spot. .exe, they've been given quite a tough fight so far to the players of VLT. Recon Dart invested. It's going to clear out the entire fray. Once again, these 4 players from .exe trying to maintain as much suspense as possible.
30 seconds left.
There's just Russ all by himself. And he's ready with the Rolling Thunder as well. He's expecting the players of .exe to walk inside of the site. And a beautiful Rolling Thunder catching everyone off guard. And just like that, Velocity, they break through the trap. The deadlock of .exe maybe could have been executed. But that one Rolling Thunder just completely spoiling the hopes and dreams.
Yeah, the perfect trap set up by Velocity Gaming. Damara was just ready with that operator, and the minute Russ invested that Rolling Thunder, he was just waiting for the perfect moment to use that ultimate. And the moment he realized the players are already in the site, Damara was just ready to peek and take that first shot. And he was also able to get the perfect value. Now VLT, they've got 6 rounds, and that also in the defensive half.
Yeah.
4 ultimates, but no economy.
Yeah, no economy in the hands of .exe, but as you mentioned, right, ultimates is something that's crucial. If Trinity is able to find a lot of space on the back of that showstopper, then things can be executed well. Now this round is going to be all about taking that space as soon as possible. And as I mentioned, that showstopper comes into play, but lightning fast! What was that shot? Disgusting stuff! And even Russ on the side is like an impenetrable wall. Russ with that 3K just stops the entire flood of .exe. That showstopper was the win condition, but since the showstopper got shut down, everything just falls apart.
Everything. The Hunter's Fury is no longer there. The showstopper is not there. The Viper's Pit, back-to-back 2 rounds coming, giving no value to the players of .exe. RV can try to use that Viper's Pit in the upcoming round, but seems like it's a done and dusted case. VLT going for the 7th one. Kohli, the last man standing, and right in the crosses of Damara as well. Not just Damara, the entirety of Velocity Gaming. The flash goes in, and the back of it, lightning fast, swings and takes down Kohli. A 7-4 in the favor of Velocity Gaming. And what is your prediction, Neeraj? Is it going to be a 7-5 or an 8-4?
I think it's going to be an 8-4 now. Velocity just has it in too much of a strong momentum. You can pretty much say unbreakable momentum at this point. And since they've got 3 crucial ults too, once again, Damara hasn't used that overdrive since ages. You've also got Neural Theft available in the hands of Frosty. The moment VLT finds the initial pick, and I'm pretty sure Velocity, they're going to be looking to find that initial pick on the back of that operator. And the moment that happens, there will be the Neural Theft invested in the crucial times. And as I mentioned, the pick is now there. Now it's going to come down to the Neural Theft itself. But when to use it, that's going to be crucial.
Actually, he's not going for Neural Theft. SK Rossi is not taking any chance.
My camera is
exactly as I mentioned, right? When to use it, that's going to be crucial. But since his camera has already revealed the important intel, SK Rossi might just not need to use it yet.
There is no need. I agree with you, because .exe, anyhow, they don't have enough creds to go for a full buy. It's only 1 rifle, a bulldog, and a guardian in the hands of Makavali. Once again, .exe going for a mid exploration. Last time they tried in round number 5, and that also didn't go in their favor. And once again, Velocity, now they're aware about the entire plan of .exe. And look at the position where Medlin is. Slow walk up, and RBK was not even aware. Medlin, you can't do that. The Outrun gives the entire information about the players of .exe, and should be easy 8-1 for VLT. But wait a second, Kohli and Makavali. Tables have turned suddenly, Neeraj.
Yeah, things can still be pulled back, but lightning fast! He brings it back into their court. A 2v3.
One enemy.
That wasn't lightning fast, and what about watching Velocity? They're making it look so easy! Just smoothly gliding on the surface. Someone stop this team. 8-4 score. Velocity now starting to make it look insanely easy. And as I mentioned, Velocity is a team that's driven heavily by momentum. They lost that momentum in Split 2, but if they win this duel, or if they win this entire series against .exe in a complete one-sided manner, they might just get that momentum back.
Now the only chance, the only way .exe can try to redeem themselves is a pistol round, because pistol has always been a weak point for the players of Velocity, and .exe, if they get this second pistol as well, and after that the follow-up round, there is a chance of an equalizer coming in, but they also need to convert the bonus round as well after that. So the pistol
round... And luckily
round,
enough, right? Luckily enough, it's a double elimination bracket, so even if .exe does lose this, they still have another shot. But as I mentioned, if .exe want to move on towards the Ascension qualifiers, they need to win this split.
totally agreed, because Split 3 has got the highest circuit points. I repeat, highest circuit points. Whoever, even the bottom team, if they win Split 3, they stand a solid chance to qualify for the Ascension qualifiers. But for now, that young VLT moving all the way towards B, and the fast lighting neon goes all the way into the side. The paranoia combined with other utility and the Mara. Deals with the side anchor. Kohli gets a trade onto the Mara.
The crazy part is he still found that thing. So once again, now it's taken down to a 2v4. Velocity, they're just disgusting, but what? Trinity, what was that flick? Finds the first. And on the back of his teammate, he gets the second one as well. Does not really have a lot of bullets, but Trinity, this man, he's snapping on skulls. Oh my god, Trinity.
The mid-round conversions in the pistol rounds has always been a problem for the Velocity Gaming. They get the first pick, but after that, suddenly in the mid-round, they start fizzling out. And that is exactly what happened. Yes, Trinity stepped up majorly. But let's be honest, VLT, this has been a problem since the start of VCSA. Not just 2025, but I think before that also.
Maybe it's a tradition, right? You lose the pistol rounds, but then you win the most crucial rounds. Maybe it's a tradition. They sacrifice, you know? Interesting. Velocity, they want to catch him off guard. Going for the force buy makes a lot of sense since the previous round, Velocity did do a lot of damage. And once again, Velocity, it's Tamara! Sliding on towards the site, finding the first opener. Taken down to a 4v4. .exe cannot afford to lose this. If they lose this one, the economy is going to be shambles. And .exe double satchels out. Trinity's down. VLT, they've got an insane crossfire setup. Stinger starts to sting. And now it's down to just DC. The Outlaw as well is not going to be able to find the value as Exe Rossi nails him down.
The force buy might have looked questionable for a few people, that what was the need. The scoreline was not that tilted towards one side. They could have gone for a save. The reason VLT went for the force buy is because eco rounds has always been their strength. This time it was not just the Mara with the Bucky, but the entire team with the pistols. Not just pistols, there's guns.
And once again, right, .exe, I don't think they've won a single gun round either, a proper buy round. They haven't won even once.
Yeah.
So in my opinion, just stop buying, you know? Just play with sheriffs. Maybe that's been working out for them. But hey, Velocity, once again, a quick burst on towards the site this time around, and they've got a free control of the site.
I know one more team which should stop buying, and that is Revenant. Revenant XSpark, they are known for their eco rounds every single time. They convert the eco rounds. But their matches will come in a few days. Coming back to .exe, and
oh my
God. Be careful, VLT. A look, a triple look.
Easy misses.
I'm out of here.
Sometimes you end up missing the easiest shots, but then you can make the toughest ones. And that's what's happening with Battlelit. Quick shot. And just like that, tomorrow lightning fast, they follow up. The floodgates close once again. And I highly doubt now .exe can open them back up anytime soon. Last man is just getting barrel stuffed to death. A flawless round from Velocity.
10-5. Seems like a done and dusted case for the players of .exe. Could be a 2-0 because Sunset was their own map pick. And if this is something which happens on their own map pick, I don't know what's going to happen on the opponent's map pick. 3 players, if they wanna look, obviously they'll get one enemy. VLT was just prepared for such sort of plays, especially Russ and Damara. And the good thing about Russ is whenever he's the last man standing from the side of VLT, at least in split 2, every single time that guy was able to clutch and secure the round. But once again, a fast execution should be there. Actually, no. There's no approach towards it.
Yeah, if I'm not wrong, that was a great paranoia. Or no, actually, it was his own teammate's paranoia. Hold on. Wow. Just blinded his own teammate, I guess. It's got to blow. Could have been the opener, honestly. But
Take flight.
once again, for Velocity. They are not expecting this mid push. And luckily enough for Velocity too, they found an easy take on towards the B site. And look at Exe, both the players lined up. Unfortunately for Madeline, he was just able to find one, but still it's a 1-for-1 trade. And that's going to give a major intel away. Velocity now with so much intel, with so much valuable information. And now tomorrow, once again, doing the classic stuff. Snakebite does catch him in the end, but Velocity, for them, they're now looking unstoppable. It's a chain that's going to be unbreakable. And Velocity just making it look insanely easy.
100%. Madeline was a hero of the previous round. Although he was able to get just one frag, but like you said, the intel was of prime importance for the team. And Madeline was able to pass that information to the players of Velocity Gaming. And now, after that, they were just prepared for the players of .exe. They were not expecting the mid push, but Madeline was present at the right spot at the right moment.
Yeah. You know what? I just want to see Damara use that overdrive once. Just once. Come on, do it. He's got the overdrive available once again, so Damara, just pop it. Come on.
His keyboard's X key is broken, and this has been a tradition for few players in our VCSA.
I mean,
they don't use those ultimates. I know one
They
floor
could just rebind it. You know, they could just rebind it to something else.
They just don't use the ultimate, especially when it comes to Cosmic Divide. I don't know why, but they don't use the Cosmic Divide ever.
Cage triggered. My ult. Where is it?
Hold on to that thought, though. Neuro Theft was invested. But because of that greedy play from SK Rossi, he gets caught. But Velocity can't afford such a setback. Man advantage now in the hands of .exe, and luckily enough for Velocity, .exe does not really have the proper weaponry, but Trinity is once again starting to click on those skulls. Even though Splash is doing a lot of damage, and Trinity has already found the 4-piece. Needs to get the ace in his hands, and the ace might just be denied by his own teammate, but not yet. Lightning Fast still standing strong. Trinity, he's holding the angle, waiting for Lightning Fast to peek out. Trinity is so desperate to get this ace. And Lightning Fast might just walk out in his own crosshairs. Trinity still on the backside now. We'll look towards Lightning Fast. Trinity wants to get the ace. And even .exe's teammates, even Trinity's teammates, they're going to let him have that ace. Which is quite unlikely. But since Lightning Fast is now just going to back away and hope to save, the ace will be denied default.
Yeah, no ace coming for Trinity, but the round is definitely going in the favor of .exe, but they still are 5-round deficit. VLT, they get one more round, they'll be on the match point, on the map point. It's going to be an uphill battle for the players of .exe to convert the map of Sunset in their favor, but let's see, we have seen historic comebacks from so many teams. Maybe this time .exe can also pull off a historic comeback on the map of Sunset, because they have got the credits to go for a buy. They've got the rifles, 2 players on the half shield, Trinity and PC. No major ultimate though. Even the Hunter's Fury is also just 2 points away, but Tamara overdrive is there, but I don't see him using that. Madeline has got the Hunter's Fury as well. Actually, the Tamara is going for the overdrive.
Finally, the man's decided to use the overdrive, and Lightning Fast as well. He backs him up instantly. Trinity, position revealed since he gets rid of that tripwire. And even SK Rossi knows there is a man on the flank, but SK Rossi needs to be extra careful. You can see Lightning Fast. If this flank does come into fruition, .exe will be caught off guard completely. I really do want to be a believer that .exe might just pull off a comeback, but they're relying too much on the heroic rounds. But this time around, RVK, he steps up as the hero. Gets that 2-piece. 2 players eliminated from this round. It's down to just Russ in a 1-on-2 scenario. Has got a decent bit of utilities too. Also got the flash to work with, but not a lot of AP. But this ultimate It's going to help him save this round and secure this one, but maybe not. He was taken down to just one bullet, and that bullet was connected by Trinity. Good stuff from .exe, still keeping him alive in this entire map, but as I mentioned, I really do want to be a believer thinking that .exe might just win this. But since they're relying so much on the heroic plays, I highly doubt .exe, if they keep on continuing to play the same way, they won't be able to win.
Yeah, they're relying too much on Trinity and DC as well. Trinity 15 and 15, DC 12 and 15. But look at Kohli, RVK on single digits. A timeout has been called from the side of Velocity Gaming because they do realize once .exe starts picking up the momentum, there is a solid chance that .exe can also convert the map of Sunset in their favor. This time Damara was able to get the first frag with that overdrive, but after that the way RVK and the other boys were able to get the trade. A major ultimate was also invested from the side of Ras, and still he was not able to convert the round in his favor, but still a 1v2 which he was able to convert into a 1v1. Situation is still in the favor of VLT, but this timeout was really necessary.
Looking at the replay, I just realized one thing. He did commit to that Rolling Thunder, but then he was shifting and peeking the opponent like that, which he was not supposed to do. In my opinion, he should have white swung that. But he instead was shifting and peeking that, and because of that, his pace was extremely low, and it got easier for that man to connect that initial bullet. If he wouldn't have shifted, I think a white swing would have definitely caught him.
I second that. And also the HP advantage was also there with Trinity. He was having a full HP and Russ was down to 20 HP. But VLT, let's see if the timeout is really going to work in their favor. And this time going for a mid exploration. But two players are towards mid top. DC along with that Trinity. They need to be very careful with the mid control which VLT is looking for. But the Mara once again going for a fast play, gets one. But get traded off. All the trades are going in the favor of .exe. A big mistake once again from the side of Damara.
That guy's absolutely psychotic. What were you thinking, Damara? Oh my god, an absolute maniac move. That right there was a suicidal play.
Your duty is not over.
But he was still able to get one for one. Unfortunately for him, his teammates was not really able to back him up properly. And because of that, the round is now on the verge of being lost. Madeline is taken down to 35 HP. He's still got every single piece of his util available.
Standing ahead. 30 seconds
Dark
left.
invested, but since he's only got 35 HP, I highly doubt he can really pull a lot from that.
I have the spike.
Madeline will easily be able to get his hands on the spike. What sort of a play can really Madeline go for at this instance? The shock dart can catch him off guard, but no, he was able to still slip past it, taking down 1 HP. Madeline wins that duel. Still a chance. 1 HP and a dream. We've seen it happen a lot of times in the past. But Madeline, can you really make it happen this time? That's my question. RVK. The man's got full HP, everything in his court, every single piece of advantage the man can ask for. Even the utility's backing him up. Pull your gun out, Madeline! But he did not really expect RVK to read him like a book like that.
Yeah, had no gun in his hands and was trying to scale up behind that Viper wall. But RVK was already present there and did anticipate Madeline coming all the way from their Bolba. But these sort of mistakes which the Mara is making right now was the reason that VLT lost against the players of Reckoning as well.
Look, here's the thing, right? Yes, I do understand what Damara did was a one-and-done play. It was a suicidal play. But he was still able to get his one, right? It was a one-for-one trade. The main problem really rose when his teammates were not able to back him up properly. His teammates just completely fell apart. And I think, once again, it was a good read from .exe since they had 3 players available in mid in that proper round. So .exe just read him like a book, straight up.
I agree with what you said. There should have been a trade game from the side of VLT, but let's hope this can be the 12th one for the players of Velocity Gaming, because now it's only just from the shadows to the side of Lightning Fast. In fact, Lightning Fast has been performing really good. And this time VLT once again going for an A execute where SK Rossi is keeping a watch towards the mid. And Makavali finds the Mara. Why with the Mara? Why?
Not a good look. Damara down, but still a 4 and 5 is possible. Dotty XE, now they're starting to get confident. You can see the players of Dotty XE pushing them so deep. They're behind the players of Velocity, and they might just not see this flank coming. There's no tripwire either. So SK Rossi and his teammates will be caught off guard. Dotty XE. What a play that was. SK Rossi did not put a trip there because the man was busy flanking. And what a beautiful lurk that was from Dotty XE. Solid stuff. An important round taken away from Velocity like that. And SK Rossi left to clutch it out in a 1-on-5 scenario, which is highly unlikely.
Here's the thing, I do understand SK Rossi was keeping an eye towards the mid just in case if there is any sort of a lurk play from the side of .exe. But after that, I don't understand why he went all the way towards the B side. If he had gone with his teammates towards A, there could have been a tripwire. He could have backed his teammates. But since nothing that sort of happened, well, .exe, the situation is in their favor. A 9th one, and now only 2 rounds deficit. Back-to-back 4 rounds have been converted by the plus of .exe.
Unavoided.
These sort of mistakes VLT can't afford in this enemy.
Yeah, exactly. Velocity is not supposed to make these sort of mistakes, because they have pretty much made it to the Ascension qualifiers. And once again, if you look at these rounds properly, Velocity is losing these rounds because of silly mistakes. Minute details are missing in Velocity's gameplay. Look at this once again, an off angle, which was incredible from DC, and he still gets one! How is that possible? Trades back and forth, taken down to a 3-on-3.
Take flight.
Dotty XE is giving quite a tough fight to Velocity, lightning fast. Does not really have a lot of HP, but he's still showcasing a lot of confidence. Going for those fry peaks like that, and what a combination that was! Pain Shields backed up with the shock darts. SK Rossi though, still he finds a 3K. Kohli does not really have a lot of HP to sacrifice. Is he really gonna back away? Yes, will be the answer. Kohli thinks that Russ has made the rotation already to the opposite side, but no, that's not the case. It's a wrong read, and now he hears that tap. Kohli's going back towards the B side, but this time he's going to be flanking all the way from the back, and Russ might just be surprised with this flank. Does he anticipate Kohli coming from the back? Russ is looking at that exact direction, and Russ will save the day. Kohli a bit of that misread. Only if he would have still been on that side, maybe he could have won the round.
Russ did indeed save an very important round for the players of Velocity Gaming, because if VLT had lost this one, there would have been an equalizer coming in from the side of .exe. Indeed, an important round conversion from the side of Velocity Gaming. But now a timeout has been called by the players of .exe, because they want to stretch this entire map to an overtime. They've got the weaponry, they've got the showstopper, and Trinity is also feeling himself. And if Trinity pops off, if he gets perfect value with the showstopper, there is a solid chance of a 10th one coming on board for the plus of .exe.
Pretty much. But at this point, .exe, they've got massive momentum straight up. And Velocity, yeah, the way they were losing those rounds, I do understand Velocity did win the previous round itself, but .exe, in my opinion, they still have the momentum. But one good side for VLT is that now they just need one more round to win. So Velocity just needs to replicate what they did in the previous round just once again, and Velocity will win. But if Velocity is not able to win this upcoming round, I think .exe would run away with this map. That's what I think.
Let's see, fingers crossed for both the teams. At least it's not one-sided, just like the previous matchup. That's what I'm enjoying. I really want the series to go to an overtime. Hunter's Fury once again towards the side of VLT. 3 ultimates are there. Neural Theft is also there, but this time VLT going for a very fast execution towards the A, where we have only one solo anchor, that is RVK, with no major utility. Everything has been invested, the Poison Cloud, the Snake Bite to delay the execution. But VLT Sticking on to the A side, and from the shadows being invested, the TP from the side of Lightning fast. The entire side control is with the players of VLT at this point.
You love to see it. Velocity just casually walking, taking a stroll on the site. And a great find from Madeline. Hunter's Fury invested, quite the crucial one. Does get one pick. Velocity once again kept on the pedestal. They've got the advantage. Tamara, this man is an absolute maniac. He's gonna try to pull off some psychotic plays. Showstopper invested, zero value found. What a flash that was. Completely suppresses the man, takes him down as well. Man advantage heavily in the hands of Velocity, and now they're starting to smoothly glide over it. .exe's momentum stolen, but RBK is still trying his best to keep him in the race. It's taken down to a 1v3, and goalie, what just happened? But luckily enough, they still have got the time, and Velocity, they beat .exe in the end on the back of that time. But hey, you know what? It was still quite a highlight play.
It indeed was good for Instagram clip, but not good enough to get the round converted in their favor. A 3K for Kohli, but a map win, round win for the players of Velocity Gaming, a 13-9 victory, and the map pick of .exe. And the next map is going to be the map pick of VLT itself. So the pressure is doubled up on the shoulders of the players of .exe at this point.
Velocity, in the end, I'm not gonna lie, I was a little bit scared. For a moment I thought there's a big chance Velocity can lose that, but luckily enough, the time wasn't exactly favoring the players of .exe, and just like that, Velocity was the one to take the cake and win that entire map. But luckily enough for .exe, they were able to make it extremely close, which is a good look moving it towards the map of Lotus. Now it just tells us that there's a big chance Lotus as well can be close.
I doubt that, Neeraj, because statistically speaking, Lotus has been the strongest map for the players of VLT. They haven't lost on the map of Lotus entire split 1 and split 2. So it's going to be an uphill task for the players of .exe to beat the players of VLT on the map of Lotus. That is why I was focusing again and again that why Sunset is so important for the players of .exe. If they really want to move to a decider, Sunset victory was indeed very important for them.
I understand Sunset was important, but as I mentioned, right, there's a big chance Lotus can definitely go close.
Yeah.
Because I really do want to believe that Velocity will steamroll this, but then you remember exactly what happened in Split 2, and something we completely did not expect happened, because Velocity was literally kicked out of the lower brackets on the land. So once again, anything can happen, and at this point, since I've been someone that has witnessed Split 2 with my own eyes, I think anything can happen still.
I agree, anything can happen, but looking at the highlights also, I want to bring one fact about the players of .exe, Neeraj, that yes, Trinity was really performing good, he was getting that important frag, was winning those important duels as well, but barring one round, he was not able to get any value out of that showstopper in the entire map of Sunset.
Oh man, I mean look, at this point, for .exe, I'm pretty sure they're not going to be completely disappointed with the performance they were able to put up, right? .exe still gave quite a tough fight to the players of VLT, and in my opinion, they should not be disappointed either. Because if you're not going to be feeling too great about yourself before moving towards the second map inside of the series, that just means that you have taken a big mental hit. And in my opinion, .exe should now just start thinking what exactly they need to do on Lotus, instead of thinking how they exactly lost this map, because it's time to move on. And looking at the highlights too, some of the insane plays we did see coming in from Trinity himself. And as I mentioned, .exe, they were able to win a lot of those rounds on the back of Trinity and even DC. They were relying on a lot of those heavy plays from these two individual players.
In fact, RVK also, in few of the rounds, he was also shining really well, especially in one of the rounds where he was able to get one kill with that snake bite, and few important kills went in his favor. But Damara, he also need to, actually not Damara, his teammates actually need to back him up, because that mid push where he was able to get one, the teammates should have been there. Yeah, this particular round, his teammates should have been there. But overall, VLT did get a victory on the map pick of the players of .exe. But like you said, I really want to see .exe win on the map of Lotus, because if that happens, we are going to witness a really entertaining Valorant today.
Once again, I think that entire thought process from VLT trying to execute that mid take,
Yeah.
VLT thought that, as usual, there's just going to be 2 players on towards mid on the defending side. So VLT, they sent Damara. They were like, Damara, you move on. You try and get one for yourself. And there was one more guy. I think so was Madeline on the back lines. So he did try his best to back him up, but since there were 2 players available from .exe in that particular round on mid, I'm pretty sure everyone from Velocity just got caught off guard with that one play. That's why I mentioned, right, it was a good read coming in from .exe in that particular round, but the MVP for the previous game is going to be Damara with 22 kills on the board with the ACS of 278 and 8 first kills.
Yeah, 8 first kills. This guy was definitely getting the first kill for the team. And damage per round is also pretty high, 180. But more than that, the headshot percentage is pretty high. But looking at the performance, VLT, they have got 17 first kills. Out of 17, 8 just by the Mara. On the other side, .exe, they've got 5 first kills. The post plant is looking almost similar for both the teams. So that means they both were struggling in the post plant.
And once again, .exe able to convert those 2 crucial thrifties. That was one of the main reasons why .exe was able to stay alive in the entire map for such a long time. But as we know, now we're going to move on towards the map of Lotus, where still there is a big question mark on what exactly might just be the outcome. But before we do so, let's have a look at the stats once again. .exe, Coley was the man to top frag, this time able to get 17 kills. You've also got Trinity right there with 17 of him.
Yeah, 17 for Trinity, but DC with 14 and 18, RBK with 9 and 17. But look at the stats of VLT. The Mara itself, 22 and 14 with 8 first kills, 278 ACS. Lightning fast as the controller was also doing the majority of the heavy lifting, 22 and 10, and 10 assists as well. So that means the paranoia, the utility usage was on point from the side of Lightning fast, and as well as from the side of Ruz. 13 assists for Ruz itself, 16 and 10. 192 ACS, perfect stats has been showcased. And SK Rossi, yes, I do understand the kills are not that much, but hey, let's be honest, he was playing the Sentinel.
Yeah, I mean, he was playing Cypher, right? And usually as a Cypher, you're supposed to lurk, you're supposed to stay back, not really be in that much of the action. So maybe that was one of the main reasons why SK Rossi was not able to funnel in a lot of those kills to himself. But it is completely fine, right? At the end of the day, Velocity won, and that's what matters. Now, as you move on towards Lotus, you think it's going to be completely one-sided affair, right?
I think yes, but I really want to see .exe win.
I mean, I do understand where you're coming from, too, but I just want to build that suspense and the hype a little bit more, right? As I mentioned, we have seen a lot happen, and Split 2 has to be the prime example where we did see a lot of those surprises. I clearly remember I was completely busy with a completely different event, and when I heard that Velocity was kicked out from the lower brackets, I was like, what? Did that really just happen? Velocity was just dominating the entire Split 2, but then Velocity just got kicked out like that. It was definitely a major heartbreaker and a momentum stopper for them. Before now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Here we go! What's this?
Hold up. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. I ain't taking no loss, no loss, no loss. Look, I'ma always win. And I'ma do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again. I'ma always win.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Welcome back after that short break once again as we move on towards the second map of the series, which is going to be the map of Lotus, picked from the side of Velocity. And recently, look, I do understand Velocity has not been looking that great, but since they've already won the first map against .exe on their own map pick, which was Sunset, I generally do think there's a massive chance that we might just see a close affair on this one.
See, I always say that if you want to win against the players of Velocity, you need to find a way to shut down the Mara. But when it comes to Lotus, I repeat, if you want to win against the players of Velocity Gaming, on the map of Lotus, find a way to shut down Lightning Fast first and after that the Mara. Because Lightning Fast looks absolute beast on the map of Lotus, especially the way this guy maintains that entire airable control, those shrouded steps, those paranoia plays. Lightning Fast is unbeatable on the map of Lotus.
And it definitely does seem like sort of Lotus really activates the players of VLT a little bit better, right? Since Velocity is someone that loves to bring in that ruthless aggression on the board. And so Velocity, whenever they step on towards Lotus, we see that aggression play to perfection from them. As you mentioned, that A-Rubble as well comes into play. We see Velocity be as aggressive as possible towards A-Rubble, and they always like to take that proactive control.
Well, certainly they love to do that, but this time they are starting on the attack because .exe, they're going for the defense first. And if in defense they are not able to convert the bare minimum 4 to 5 rounds in their favor, there is no chance of .exe staging a comeback in the second half. So the first half is going to be really important for the players of .exe, and more than that, the pistol round itself is going to be important. And the agent composition, .exe going for the double controller, Vice into the mix. I like the agent composition of .exe with Fade also coming into the play, Nightfall with Steel Garden combined. I think they can actually give a strong competition to the players of VLT.
Yeah, once again, it's quite a classic agent select, right? And once again, coming in from Velocity, we did not really see anything mixed up or anything new on the board. While .exe bringing in that Vice, we have been looking at that same composition for the longest of the time. But .exe, I just hope they are able to play a little bit better. Looking at the previous map stats as well, we clearly did see .exe likes to play a little bit more passive compared to the players of Velocity, since Velocity had a lot of first picks. But since we're moving on towards Lotus, in my opinion, being aggressive might just give you that advantage.
Maybe there is a possibility, but SK Rossi once again is back on the chamber. So we are going to witness those headhunter shots, those tour de force, the sniper shots from the side of SK Rossi. Maybe he was lacking on those skills in the previous map, but I think he's going to compensate on the map of Lotus itself. Once again, VLT going for that airable control. But .exe is just prepared for them this time. 3+.
It was a classic combo, right, from the players of .exe, but once again, quick trades on the board. 2 players down each. Now it's taken down to a 3v3. .exe pushed back towards the B side, A side completely left open. And Velocity realized that exact fact as well. They're now going to walk in towards the A side like that. Get the plant down. Should have been easy to win this time around. Madeline is just ready for someone to peek out from that angle. Just wait for someone to pop that skull out. 3v3 in the end. Madeline repositioning himself, but his position gets detected by the room bot. And now for VLT. They're pushed back a little bit more. Madeline, he needs to get at least 1 from this angle, and he will be able to do so as well. Madeline still standing extremely strong, and Velocity might just be able to win this pistol round. They've got the advantage. RVK all by himself in a 1-on-2 scenario, and RVK whips every single shot. Oh no, it's not a good start for .exe.
I told you, Lotus has been the strength of VLT. They even won the pistol round. That speaks for itself. But yes, a good start for the players of Velocity Gaming, especially the way the fault line was combined and Madeline did swing out at the right nick of the time, was able to get 1 pick, and after that it was an easy peasy job for the players of VLT. And now an entire eco round, so they have the weaponry advantage, and .exe, a save round for them. Should be a second one, but can it be the flawless one for VLT?
SK Rossi on that chamber. Yeah, the role is Sentinel, but the man plays it like a duelist. And right now, too, you can see the man with the Marshall looking to threat that needle, find the first initial knock. So the advantage can be with his team. .exe, 3 players ready towards A. And that wall is something that's denying the access. SK Rossi's all by himself with the Marshal available. And that click has also given his position away. I highly doubt NODWIN is now going to be peeking out in his crosshairs. Velocity slowly and steadily starting to walk. Once again, they've got the rubble control. Not exactly sure what sort of a game plan Velocity wants to execute, but it seems like this time it's going to be a B take. Interesting. Velocity definitely catching the players of NODWIN off guard with that move. And I'm pretty sure even NODWIN did not really see that coming. Lightning fast, ready with the paranoia. He wants to stop the flood. And that paranoia is going to be suppressing everyone. The push from NODWIN put on a halt. Just like that, even SK Rossi is pushing up close. Another man. And as the funnel gets open, it is lightning fast to get all those picks. DC, the last man standing with just a classic in the hand, and I highly doubt he can do anything with that position reveal, but still DC gets the first. Does not really have a lot of bullets in the mag, and he will be dealt with.
3 weaponries being carried forward, so that means the bonus is also going to look pretty solid for the players of Velocity Gaming. Now, there is a solid chance of ELT also converting the bonus round if they play their cards right. But at the same time, a very important round, in fact, for the players of .exe. They lose this one, they don't have enough creds for the upcoming round. But SK Rossi, the way this guy was able to shut down RVK with the Marshal in the close range, I'm telling you, SK Rossi is fantastic whenever it comes to Marshal or the Outlaws or the Operators. That is why we always love to play as a chamber, but once again, a fast play from the side of ELT. 1v1 trades has been made, and Damara out of the round for now.
I like that counter aggression, though, even from .exe, right? Try to stop the players of Velocity off the rip as much as possible. There was a force, but that force was not enough. I like the thinking of .exe, but the way they're challenging the duels is something that could be a little bit more better. They can throw a few more utilities to try and stop the players of Velocity in tracks. Just one paint shield's not going to cut it. They need a bit more. .exe starting to funnel out from mid. DC's able to pick lightning fast, which is quite an important pick too. Man advantage in the hands of .exe, clearing out the entirety of Rumble. They've got a massive control to work with. Madeline caught off guard. In quite an awkward spot. Madeline still goes for that white swing. Velocity, they're throwing this round away slowly and steadily. As Velocity gets dealt with, and .exe, that's going to be the first round on the board, but still they will have enough money for the upcoming one.
And once again, it was Trinity's heroics, a 3K from the side of Trinity, and .exe got their first buy round converted in their favor, and indeed an important one, because now they stand a chance to go for an equalizer. But now Velocity, they do have enough creds to go for a full buy, because the previous one was the bonus round, and that's the reason that SK Rossi is going for an operator pick. .exe, be careful with the peaks.
SK Rossi with an operator available on the attacking side, which is an interesting play. And there we go. We do see that switch coming through from SK Rossi. Switches towards Vandal. .exe as well, trying to reply back with counter aggression. But this time, once again, the trades happen back and forth. Velocity, they're facing a lot of resistance. 4v4. Unfortunately for Velocity, the only ultimate that was available was the overdrive, but Damara's taken down. And even Trinity from the side of .exe is not in the game anymore, so that means both the teams with the game-winning ultimates not there anymore. Now it's time to work around with the mechanics.
Yeah, both the duelists are out of the equation for this particular round. In fact, a slow approach suddenly from the side of ELT, because they do realize it's a stacked up side. A good reveal though. The entire team of ELT. The information has been passed on to .exe, but despite that, SK Rossi gets not just one but 2 picks. And suddenly the round once again goes in the favor of Velocity Gaming. Should be an easy plan for VLT. Only 2 plus remaining for the retake also after the plan. .exe, I don't see them converting this one either.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. But SK Rossi just brute forcing his way towards the side, cracking it open. But RVK and DC, they're still on the verge of pulling it back. But SK Rossi, the game changer, the man still alive, and what a pick that was! Quick flick to the skull, DC shut down. RVK put in a 1-on-2 scenario. Can he really clutch it? Rossi's position known. Rossi's barely taking any sort of damage upon himself, but now spots out RVK once again. RVK is wasting a lot of time. He's burning through a lot of time. SK Rossi's already rotated all the way in the back and once again collects another skull. What about watching from SK Rossi? These are disgusting taps on the skull.
I told you, SK Rossi, he's going to accumulate those elimination points for himself. Those elimination. 5 already. He stopped fragging. As a chamber, he has been fantastic on the map of Lotus. And now he has got Torte Force as well available. But .exe, the problem is they don't have enough courage to go for a full buy. Once again, push to the save round. The only win condition they have is a showstopper in the hands of Trinity. If Trinity gets a perfect value with its ultimate, combined with DC's Garden, there is a possibility of a thrifty conversion from the side of .exe. But once again, a good reveal on the plus of VLT.
Yeah, he's also invested into Tour de Force, which is going to be an interesting one. And now SK Rossi just looking at the flanks. Whips that shot, shoots in between both the players, but this time he won't. Instantly connects the second one. Here's the footsteps as well, fading away. And Velocity is just constantly hitting that A site. It's like they've got a boot camp set up over there. Relay both invested. Good pick from RVK, but that's all he's going to find. 3v4. .exe, they do not really have any sort of advantage in this round, so I highly doubt it can be theirs now. Good paranoia. He's going to suppress the push for a bit. Velocity, they're just tossing out every single piece of util they've got. They're trying to stop this rush coming through. Floodgate stopped completely from Madeline too, and Lightning Fast to clean it up in the end.
It was bound to happen. .exe, they didn't have enough weaponry in their hands to go for a round conversion in their favor, but now they have got 3 ultimates and enough credits to go for a full buy. At the same time, a very important round once again for the plus of .exe. If they don't want to get trapped in that economical dead cycle, it's of prime importance that they convert this one in their favor. They need to be very careful from SK Rossi's, his Torte Force, his Hand Hunters, and Madeline as well. Because Madeline was able to get a 3k in the previous one, and that guy has been feeling himself.
Yeah, .exe just needs to wake up in my opinion. Might just get a little bit too late. Mara's momentum stopped, at least as of now, but Man's invested into overdrive, and he's not able to find the first pick. Spike down off the rip like that, it's not a good look. Luckily enough, they've got frontal shadows available. Spike retrieved instantly. There is SK Rossi towards B. The Man's position's known. Boombot gives his position away to Trinity. Good pick, but a return trade comes into play from Velocity. Madeline is there to get us back. Lightning Fast too. Squeezing himself towards that B side. Velocity, they desperately need this B take. Lightning Fast's position is known. Good take from RVK. But even he gets shut down in return. Madeline, solid stuff, taking it down to a 3v3. And now Velocity redirecting themselves towards A. First man down, Coley's there to get the trade. But now it's taken down to a 2-on-1. Madeline with a disadvantage. Velocity in a big world of trouble. There's DC wrapping up all the way from the back. And DC will have the advantage as he shuts down the last man of Velocity.
DC was aware about the position of Madeline, all thanks to that taunt from the side of Kohli. And DC did capitalize on that. A good round conversion, in fact a very important round conversion coming from the side of .exe. And in fact they were also able to save the Steel Garden. They've got the Nightfall, 2 ultimates, 2 win conditions for the upcoming round. But all thanks to Trinity's showstopper, as he was able to get the first pick onto the players of Velocity Gaming. And after that the follow-up trades did came in the favor of .exe itself. Once again, VLT going try for a C execute. This mount control is already there, but they need to be careful of that arc rose and the entire vice setup towards the C site.
.exe, 4 players outside of C. The previous round was quite a scrappy one from Velocity, all over the place. They did not have things planned out properly. They were relying heavily on Damara on finding that first pick towards C. But the moment he was not able to get that first pick, everything just fell apart. All the strategy was just down the drain. SK Rossi getting picked off the rip like that, it is not a good look for Velocity. Once again, Kamara's looking to find that first explosive entry. The man does squeeze himself inside of the site, but it is not a good stance at all. As NODWIN once again, they get the C take back in their hands. Velocity struggling. Nothing they can try and do to save themselves now. Too late in the game. A 2-on-4. Massive man advantage in the hands of NODWIN. Every single thing Velocity's trying to bring on the board. They're getting shut down by NODWIN. Final two players trying to make their way towards the side zone. Madeline is able to find DC. Nightfall invested on the back of that rolling thunder as well. It seems like Velocity really does want to give it all they've got in this one. They want to win this round no matter what. But Madeline is the only man standing. Too much on the plate for the player. Paint Shell's invested. Madeline, he just wants to go for the plant. That's it. But no, the timing does not work in his favor.
Two major ultimates invested from the side of Velocity Gaming, and despite that, they were not able to convert the round in their favor. Seems like the C execute, the C site hits are not working for the players of VLT at all. In last two rounds, they tried to go for a C execute, and both times .exe was just prepared for them. If they really want to hit the C site, they need to find a way to deal with the entire setup of DC. This time again, the entire setup of DC, the Arc Rose, the Razorwine, the wall was a problem for the players of VLT.
Yeah.
And that's the reason they have called for a timeout, because A hit has been read by the players of .exe and C hit is not really working for them.
As you mentioned, right, that Vice is a major problem for Velocity. And Vice is constantly pinned towards the C site. The longer the Vice stays alive, Velocity is not able to get their grist. Once again, on towards the C, which is a major problem. Something needs to be done. Velocity needs to find that initial pick on towards the Whites. That's the only way they can find a way to enter inside of the C site. And that was one of the main reasons why they sent Damara in the first place, right? With his overdrive. But since Damara was not able to find that pick, right then and there, Velocity's intentions and the game plan were just messed up. They fell apart. But now Velocity, it's time to rewire. It's time to rethink what they can do. And they just need to think properly. There's a lot of possible ways they can find the entrance.
Let's see. This time 3 players all the way towards C side. Even the spike is also moving towards C. A good reveal on the back of it. Ross gets 1v1 trades are there. And Damara this time gets not just 1 but 2. And maybe VLT will get the 5th round in their favor this time.
Oh, Velocity, they're lining him up. Now the C site's looking like an absolute graveyard. And even the A's fallen in the hands of VLT. A 1-on-4 in the end. Coley's all by himself, and he's expected by Lightning Fast. Coley might just peek out in his crosshairs, and Lightning Fast reaction. Coley taken down in the end. Velocity, a crucial round win. And they desperately need this too. They needed this. And Velocity has ended up winning that round. That means now Velocity, they will have the edge.
They certainly will, especially in the attacking half. But still, there is a chance of .exe converting the map of Lotus in their favor. Because let's be honest, they have already managed to get 3 rounds in the defensive half. If they get 2 more rounds in their favor, they still stand a solid chance to stage a comeback in the second half. But this time, Damara was a hero, as he was able to get not just 1, but 2 players of .exe. And not .exe, let's see how they are going to redeem themselves, how they are going to get those next 2 rounds in their favor. Because a 9-3 swap, I don't think will work in their favor. They need at least a 7-5 or a 6-6 first half swap.
I mean, looking at the way the rounds have been progressing too, right? I'm loving the fact that it's getting real up close. But at the same time, it feels like there are a lot of cracks that Velocity can abuse against .exe. Velocity was constantly hitting the A site. It was working out pretty well. The moment they switched it up towards C, they relied heavily on towards Damara and towards finding the first initial pick. And the moment Damara was not able to find that first pick, everything just fell apart for VLT. But now, since they are bringing in that variation, there's a big chance .exe will be confused on where exactly to defend and where exactly to go proactive.
Seems like this time they have left A completely open. It's only 1 player, RVK, towards A side, but he has got the Viper's Pit. If he really wants to block the entry towards A, he can use it Viper Wit. pit, and after that VLT will be forced to pivot towards B or C side. But seems like RVK is not going to use that ultimate as of now, because Kohli was pushing B main and he was able to find SK Rossi towards the spawn.
I don't really understand why the man was utilizing his headhunter. Instead, SK Rossi could have used his primary weapon. Would have given them in the edge and the advantage, but still, .exe, they're clicking skulls. Russ taken down extremely low. .exe can still win this round. They have done a lot of damage to the players of VLT unless they start lining up, which is not going to be great, Luke, and I love this bait. Look at what the players of .exe are doing. They've set up Trinity for success. He spots everyone, but he whiffs those shots, but he connects it in the end. Lining fast down. Trinity, the man's done his job, takes it down to a 3v3. Russ is taken down extremely low, but Damara, he starts to pop off. Another man down. RVK, though, he trades it back, now takes it down to a 2v2. RVK's position's known, paint shells invested. Russ takes down return player. Trades are just constantly happening back and forth, and what a flick that was from Trinity. Shuts down Russ in the end. A great round coming in from the side of .exe.
And once again, it was the guy himself, Trinity, with a 3K, who will go for the defuse, and a 4th round for the players of .exe. Now just 1 round deficit for an equalizer. .exe, they stand a solid chance to finish the first half itself in the lead if they are able to convert the next round, because now they have the crits to go for a full buy. In fact, they have got the Waifu Spirit and Steel Guard as well. 2 major ultimates if paired up. They can definitely convert the next round in their favor, and especially Trinity, the way he was able to get 1 pick with that paint shell. Russ, in the end, he was not having the HP advantage as well. But once again, important round, and VLT goes all the way towards A, where we have a solo anchor, RVK.
Once again, Velocity back to the roots, back to the basic stuff. Aggressive towards A. Going to redirect towards B, that's the question. Trinity invested a bit too much in that one. Showstopper shut down, and .exe, the reply back hard. Man advantage in the hands. 2v3 in the end. What an explosive play that was from .exe, funneling in those kills. And Velocity, now it feels like they're just getting ripped apart. What am I watching? Madeline, the only man standing, put in a 1-on-3 scenario. Yes, he's pulled off a lot of clutches, but can he do it once again? That's the question. Madeline's position's revealed. There's not a lot of angles he can move away. A good pick from Madeline. Now takes it down to a 1v2. Madeline in an awkward stance. He can't do anything. And .exe to win another round. Now it's 5-5.
Yeah, equalizer has been established, and .exe finally they are able to find a momentum for themselves. In fact, they were also able to save those 2 ultimates for the upcoming round. 2 rounds left in the first half. What's your prediction, Neeraj? Is it going to be a 6-6 or a 7-5?
It's really tough to say, man. Feels like Velocity, some of these rounds that are really going on, they're quite unpredictable. Velocity as well, they've just got 1 single game plan, and that is going to be to execute a site. That's it. They're not really thinking twice. Velocity is just trying to bring out those classic plays, which sort of has been working out and sort of hasn't too. At this moment, Velocity is going to switch things up a little bit, trying to execute the B site this time around. A lot invested once again from the side of .exe, but these plays are really catching Velocity off guard. What's going on? .exe able to win every single duel. These coordinated plays are catching the players of Velocity off guard. We all thought that Lotus might just be one-sided, but with the way .exe is playing this, Velocity, everything is flipped apart against him. 1-on-4, Russ all by himself. The call has to be made to go for a save. That's it.
Seems like your prayers have been answered, Neeraj. You wanted to see a tough fight from the side of .exe in the map of Lotus. and they are indeed giving a very tough fight for the players of
Last round before the
ELT.
switch.
And now they are in the lead, a 6-5 in the favor of .exe. There is a possibility of a 7-5 also happening, because now VLT, they don't have enough courage to go for a full buy. They have to resort to those SMGs, Bulldog, Spectre. They have got only one major ultimate, and that is also Nightfall. Even Lightning Fast was also not feeling himself. Look at the stats, 9 and 7, Russ 5 and 8. Maybe in second half they can try to pull something off, but the first half, .exe, they are stealing this particular round as well in their favor. They have got two major ultimates in their hands.
Oh
and
my
Makavali
God,
gets
that
the
whip.
opening frag onto the Mara as well.
What a whip that was. It's not
Face
something
your
you expect
fear.
from a man like Damara, right? Nightfall invested this time, though, from Madeline. Velocity's going to try to put everything on the board, since they know it's also going to be the last round. The plant down too. The weaponry not exactly favoring the players of Velocity, but if they hold those tight eye angles, there's a big chance they might win this. 5-on-4, man advantage in the hands of .exe. Oh, there's pick committed to. Rolling Thunder invested. There's a lot that's being put on the board. And Velocity is now starting to look extremely desperate. They just want to win this round no matter what. Make it a 6-6 on the board. But .exe, they flood through with a lot of kills. And within the blink of an eye, it's going to be a successful take from .exe.
Easy defuse and a 7-5. .exe, initially they were struggling, they were lacking behind,
Switching
but
sides.
after a few rounds, the way this team has started stroking a comeback, especially after round number 6, they gave only one single round to the players of ELT, and back-to-back round conversions, Pistol once again is going to be really important for both the teams. And I think .exe stand a solid chance to convert the map of Lotus in their favor.
They can, indeed they can. Who would have thought, right? .exe actually having the advantage in this one. That too on the map of Lotus. On the pick of Velocity, and Velocity is now getting a reality check. Velocity needs to find new ways. They're getting too predictable. SK Rossi, this time, pushing up deep. Instantly teleports back. Velocity, they've got that proactive control all towards C.
Go, go, go.
And Velocity is going to try to quickly rotate away as well towards the A site. What a quick rotation that is from Velocity. Look at that. All the players extremely close towards the A site. They're ready for this take. And if Velocity somehow ends up winning this pistol round, there's a chance Velocity now will spring back to life.
Certainly we can, but
Important picks from the man. A lot that's going on towards the site, but in the end, we've got Lightning Fast and SK Rossi, the only two glimmers of hope standing. Trades did happen back and forth, but Velocity on the verge of losing this pistol, which they can't afford. Rossi taken down to just 31 HP. Now he needs to play that patience game. Does not really have a lot of bullets on the Headhunter too. And SK Rossi with 31 HP on the board. This clutch seems next to impossible. One bullet, and that bullet needs to be connected right to the dome, but DC denies it. As Velocity, they lose yet another round.
initially VLT did manage to deny the entire C-mount control to the players of .exe, and .exe was forced to pivot all the way towards the A side. But like you said, the proactiveness, the quick rotations also came from the side of Velocity Gaming, and they were just prepared for the players of .exe towards A. But after that, suddenly the tables turned and everything just went in the favor of the players of .exe. In the end, SK Rossi did try his level best to convert that 1v2 in his favor, but unfortunately, that didn't happen. And now .exe, wait a second, the Mara back on Paki. I'm happy. There is a possibility of an eco conversion.
Just because of that one Bucky, huh?
Yeah. I told
Let's see,
you.
though. Let's see. Hold on, though. RVK already down. Great start.
Grenade!
Slow and steady approach once again from .exe, trying to fiddle with the minds of Velocity. But Velocity, they've got every single side control so far. They've got a great spread too, 3 players towards C, heavy presence. But now the players starting to move on towards the A side slowly and steadily. Tomorrow with the Bucky. The man's holding the off angle, just went for someone to walk in. This Bucky will strike, but no, Trinity! What a shot that was! Tomorrow does not even get enough time to react in time. As the man gets put to
30
sleep.
seconds left.
Good shot. Velocity pushed back a little bit more. But it's still a 4-4. Exe Rossi!
Spike planted.
Important pick, this flank from Exe Rossi might just give the advantage to Velocity that they were looking for. Still Velocity's miles away from claiming this round, but Exe Rossi's the only man who's stepping up like a hero. And Velocity might just end up converting this ego, and they do! Russ with a 2K in the end with just a classic. How did they even make it happen?
Thrifty.
It was Eske Rossi, his heroics, the way this guy was able to get the first strike outside B main, and after that he went for the lurk play and was able to shut down all the players of .exe one after other. First it was the pistol, after that it was the outlaw. Everything just worked in the favor of Eske Rossi. But I'm a little disappointed from the side of Damara because he was holding on to an off angle, but he had no time to adjust. The players of .exe just walked in towards a tree. But the round has been converted by the players of BLT, and indeed an important one. Eco conversion coming in, they lost on the pistol, but Eco round has been converted, and now .exe don't have threats. A save round for them, and Damara goes for a fast play, fast aggressive play as he finds Makavali towards the A rubble.
First pick, Velocity finding the initial advantage. And .exe with just 3 players on the board, now the chances of them surviving and taking this round is even low. But .exe, all they need to do is just do as much damage as possible to Velocity. That's it. If they manage to take down even 3 guns, that is still a good round conversion right there. But looking at the given condition and looking at the given HP too, taking down those 3 guns sounds like a daunting task. Velocity right now, they're on the verge of gaining back the momentum that they lost a while ago. Eske Rossi posted quite deep.
One enemy remaining.
And that's going to be 2 quick flips! And Eske Rossi! Such a quick conversion that was. It's disgusting.
1 bullet per enemy. That should be enough.
Not just 2, but 3rd as well with the Headhunter. This guy is top fragging 14 and 10. Unstoppable. The aggressive play from the side of Damara was able to get the first initial pick. But after that, the pivot came in from the side of .exe towards the C side. But Eske Rossi was just prepared for that. He was ready with his outlaw towards the C mound. Just 1 round deficit from an equalizer. Eske Rossi has got both the fours and outlaw as well. Nightfall is towards the side of Kohli, but once again, Rossi is just prepared towards the C mound.
Yeah, Velocity on defense just seems even more cleaner. Good Prowler. Eske Rossi forced to teleport away, so .exe successfully able to take that take towards C long. Now, what is .exe supposed to do after this? That's going to be important. They have managed to take the C main control, or C long control, but what are you supposed to do after that? That's the important question. Yes, they're wondering, but look at this setup from Velocity. They were ready for these peaks. Simultaneously shutting down the foes without any problem. Showstopper invested, but that Showstopper isn't able to find any sort of value. And look at Lightning Fast hiding in the smokes! And Lightning Fast converting all those 3 kills on the site, single-handedly stopping .exe's flow.
That spray adjustment, a 3K from the side of Lightning Fast, and seems like Lightning Fast is back in the action in the defensive half. Back-to-back 3 rounds have been converted by the players of Velocity Gaming, and especially the way Medlin and Russ was able to shut down not just 1 but 2 players of .exe. 3 players came right in front of him, and despite that, he was able to win that duel in his favor, and the round also goes to BLT. An equalizer has been established, and .exe, they don't have enough crest to go for a buy. It's only one Marshall towards the side of Trinity and 4 pistols.
The way things are kicking off now, especially Velocity when they've switched the sides, it feels like it's a completely different team. Velocity is now just starting to win those duels, which was unexpected. On the attack, when Velocity was, .exe was able to convert every single duel. But now on defense, Velocity's doing extremely better. And look at Velocity once again! What are these reads? Oh my god! SK Rossi now seems like a completely different beast. Another 4K from the man.
Seems like SK Rossi is trying to make a montage clip in this particular one. So many 4Ks being converted by this guy. Or maybe he's just having a bet with Lightning Fast that who is going to be the MVP of this particular map. Because the moment Lightning Fast came on top, SK Rossi came with a 4K.
It's not the first time SK Rossi's doing this. Especially in this map, SK Rossi, he's been the main hero. That's what it feels like. He's the one to win those duels. He's the one to keep his team on the advantage every single time. And some of the picks that Velocity is able to find, it's unacceptable. SK Rossi, this man is just popping off on a different level. And he's the only one that's a current problem for .exe.
.exe under tremendous pressure after this one, because all the hard work which they did in the first half seems like is going to go down the drain if they don't pull up their socks in the second half. They really need a win on the map of Lotus if they want to stretch this entire series to a decider. And the next round itself is going to be really important. The entire team can't just rely on Trinity. RVK is also showing signs of improvement in few of the rounds, but it's only in few rounds. He needs to come online in the entire game. 2 major ultimates to the side of VLT, Nightfall being one of them. Holy is his own Nightfall as well, but once again, a fake towards A, and the entire team of .exe moving towards C side, which has been left completely open with the players of VLT.
Here's the thing, right? Yeah, they do have the Nightfall available. But when SK Rossi is able to find picks like that, that Nightfall is not going to be able to do anything. Another Prowler invested. Coley's positions. No, the man's trapped. But Coley, man might just break through the deadlock. Madeline picked off SK Rossi on the opposite side. And SK Rossi's on the verge of finding the second one as well. A bit of that whiff, but SK Rossi still controls it. Take the day for Velocity once again. C-site is not taken away by .exe yet. But Coley, how is the man even surviving on 1 HP? Coley's trying his best to put in a lot of work, but since he does not really have his HP supporting him, one single bullet's going to put an end. RVK with this lurk. Does seem quite a major lurk on paper, but Velocity knows exactly what's going on in the map. A 1v3 in the end for RVK to convert.
30 seconds left.
Which seems a little bit too overwhelming.
Yeah, a 1v3 for RVK. Seems like an impossible task, because first he has to go for the spike, and after that, in fact before that, he has to deal with the entire team of VLT with 3 players. Maybe after that he can go for the plant or something like that, but nah, there is not enough time. 10th one coming for the players of Velocity Gaming.
Gotta go.
Here's the thing, there was a bit of the whiff from the side of Trinity as well. It was not just SK Rossi. Trinity also whiffed in that particular moment, because SK Rossi, yes, he missed few of the shots on Trinity, but after that he switched his weapon, and after that he was able to take down Trinity. But let's see. Tour de Force just 1 point away.
It's understandable though, right? It's one of those awkward engagements that you have once in a while. And for Velocity, it was one of those times. And it's just crazy how SK Rossi is able to do this so smoothly. He gets a pick on towards B, falls back towards C, gets 2 more. It just makes it look extremely easy. And that's the best part about it.
Go, go, go.
.exe this time around, since they have lost the previous round, economy is going to be a bit of a setback. Sheriffs and 1 Vandal on the board. Trinity, all the eggs in one basket this time. And unfortunately for .exe, they do not even have the showstopper to go for that proactive control or to go for that space.
Bomb buddy out.
So they need to rely on the Nightfall heavily.
They certainly will rely.
Towards C, the man's looking good for now.
He certainly is, but look at the position where SK Rossi is towards the waterfall. Indeed a very important and crucial position, because the entire crossfire setup which he can have along with Redlit can bring the entire team of .exe down to their knees. But let's see if the location has been revealed. Redlit gets one, DC also gets a trade. One trades one, SK Rossi, this guy gets one more. And maybe the second one, but seems like that has been denied, not just to SK Rossi, but to Russ as well. It's a 2v3 situation where HP advantage is with the plus of VLT, but despite that, everything going in the favor of .exe. All the trades are in their favor, and one round goes in the favor of .exe.
I just can't believe what happened. Every single time, it's these thrifty rounds that these teams are able to convert. Especially .exe, they're so good with the Sheriffs and the pistol. And the previous round too, converted by .exe just on the back of those Sheriffs. Unbelievable stuff. But nothing taken away from Velocity too. They messed up big time as well. It was an equal collaborative effort. Velocity messed up a lot of those peaks. And because of that, it was .exe to come out on top. Hold on to that thought though. SK Rossi! For activity showcased as SK Rossi once again finds that first initial frag, and he instantly backs away. Now the man advantage once again in the hands of Velocity, and SK Rossi is just able to do it consistently.
Every single time, whenever he's in chamber, we see such sort of plays from the side of SK Rossi. That's why his fans love to see him as a chamber, especially on the map of Lotus. But once again, position he is in.
Oh, he looked away.
Oh no, I thought he'll get one more.
He looked at the radar at the same time, and that's why he got picked off. That's gotta blow. SK Rossi down. The danger man not in the game anymore, which means Trinity now has a big chance of converting stuff.
Adapt or die!
Steel Garden being invested.
Yeah, as you mentioned, even Steel Garden's invested. .exe, they've managed to float on towards the site, and Velocity, they've got no other thing to do than respect the opponents, and that's what they do. Now they're going to try to play for the post plan, but what a pick that was from Devara! Prowler's out, and that Prowler as well was not able to find the value. In the end, it's taken down with 3-on-2 though. .exe with the man disadvantage. And just like that, even Tomorrow falls apart. Velocity, they're trying their best on the back of those utilities, but DC did a lot of damage. Rolling Thunder invested. Machiavelli's gonna use this from the shadows. Not even sure what Machiavelli's doing, but what a play that was! 200 IQ play from Machiavelli. And it worked out.
It certainly did. It certainly did work out in the favor of .exe, and finally an equalizer has been established from their side. But it was an alt-heavy round for the players of Velocity Gaming. They invested into the overdrive. That itself didn't give any sort of value. After that rush, imagine what sort of pressure the entire team is, that in a 1v1 situation, Russ also invested the Rolling Thunder, and despite that, the round went in the favor of .exe. The way these rounds are going back and forth, I won't be surprised if we get to see an overtime on the map of Lotus.
Some of the rounds that .exe is able to convert, oh boy. It's really making me believe that there's a big chance .exe might just be able to convert this map against Velocity. Velocity getting challenged heavily on their own map pick, and I'm pretty sure a lot of us did not expect this. 10-10 is the scoreline at .exe. They're consistently giving a tough challenge, a tough run for Velocity. And I'm not even sure what Velocity is supposed to do. Yeah, SK Rossi was the man who was able to convert a lot of those rounds, but when SK Rossi's not able to pop off, it feels like Velocity, they're just falling apart.
that also brings up the question, Neeraj, that Lotus has been one of the strongest map of Velocity, and now they are being challenged on their such strong map. Also raises the question, how much prepared are they for the Ascension qualifiers? Have they been read by all the opponent teams? Because if they have been read, they need to bring something new.
As I mentioned, it is SK Rossi every single time to get that peak.
Cover going out.
And he gets the advantage here. Once again, as usual, Velocity is starting things off with the advantage. But if Velocity messes up this round, the economy will be in shambles. At least for a few players.
Cover going out.
While .exe, for them as well, this round's desperately needed.
I'll find you.
Since Velocity's already found the man advantage, .exe with this 4-man, they need to start winning every single duel they go for. And clearly the intentions are to go towards the A site. .exe is now going to be facing a flood of utilities, but what was this? Russ, he peeks out through the smoke towards mid, and now
30
Russ,
seconds left.
he's starting to just pop off on a different level. That peek from Russ found it perfect timing, and now Machiavelli and RVK, the final two glimmers of hope. The final two pillars standing. And .exe starting to lose out the grip slowly and steadily.
10
SK
seconds
Rossi's
left.
getting flanked on from the back. Does he expect it? Yes, he does. He did hear the jump. And SK Rossi will connect the final shot, as that's going to be the nail, the coffin.
11-10, once again, Velocity is back in the lead. Just 2 more rounds, and they'll 2-0 the players of .exe. The next round, again, a very important one for the players of .exe. But do they have enough courage to go for a full buy? Because every single time they're going for a execute, SK Rossi is just prepared. Where with his Outlaw or Operator, or sometimes Thor the Force as well.
Quick feet, quick
This
trigger.
time, along with SK Rossi, Lightning Fast is also towards the C site. And that is exactly where the players of .exe are also trying to go. The information has been passed on, and SK Rossi has been forced to TV back into the site.
Lightning Fast! Disgusting! SK Rossi was sort of like a bait. I'm loving this variation that's coming through from Velocity. And just like that, .exe, they're being ripped apart. Their take towards C has fell apart. The game plan completely flipped. Usually it is Rossi who's supposed to find the advantage, but this time they posted Lightning Fast on the proactive side. He was inside of the smoke, and no one expected Lightning Fast to be in there. And Russ just lines him up in the end. .exe loses an important and a crucial round. 12 rounds on the board for Velocity. They're on the match point. They just need one more round to seal the deal and take the series in a 2-0 manner.
Neeraj, in the entire attacking half, .exe have been able to convert only 3 rounds. Only 3 rounds have been converted in the attacking half by the players of .exe. That showcases how much .exe is struggling in the attacking half on the map of Lotus. They really need to work on their attacking side. But now Trinity has got the showstopper and the only win condition for the players of .exe at this point, because VLT, they're not just on the map point but also on the series point. Just one more round, and after that 2-0 will happen in the favor of VLT. So this round is of prime importance. The Prowler goes in, the air rebel control has been established by the players of .exe. Or should I say VLT just gave up that control to the players of .exe.
As you rightfully pointed out, there is a showstopper available, and it's also the win condition. That means it needs to find the maximum space and maximum value. And if Trinity's not able to get anything accumulated on the back of the showstopper, it won't be good.
Where are you?
At least he does get that space, so that's going to give the side take as well in their hands. And .exe once again starting to convert these kills with just the Sheriff. .exe, whenever they don't really have the proper weaponry, they always do good. And now Velocity, it's going to be the floodgates opened up and Lightning Fast. And the back of it, he does find one crucial frag. Trades back and forth. .exe, they've got the man advantage as if now. While Velocity, they're down to just a 2-man squad.
Last player
Russ,
standing.
he needs to pull off the unthinkable. A 1-on-3 is left in the end, but Russ, he's not able to do it as a Thrifty's pulled out by .exe.
I like the entire plan of Velocity Gaming. They knew that Trinity is having the showstopper. That is why they gave up so much space to bait out the showstopper and not give any sort of value to the plus of .exe. But after that, the fast retake which Velocity tried to pull off didn't really work in their favor. Steel Gun was also invested, and despite that, all the trades went in the favor of .exe. And now .exe, they are just one round away from an equalizer and from an overtime. If they win this one, we are going to see an overtime on the map of Lotus. Lead, important one for both the teams, and Trinity gets a C-mount control by shutting down SK Rossi this time.
That's what happens when you keep on replicating the same move over and over again. SK Rossi read like a book, shut down this time, and that's also going to be C-site completely opened up. Velocity, Damara! He's trying his best to stop him in the tracks, but it's still taken down with 3v3. That two-piece from Damara does suppress the intentions for a bit, but .exe, they wanted to get their hands on the site, and they've already gotten it. Now they just need to go for the plant, which is not going to be a tough task at all. There is Russ and his teammate Lightning Fast available. And as the spike gets tapped, Velocity,
Spike planted.
they're probably thinking how to execute this retake now.
Catch that.
It's a 3v3, even Steven. Anyone's game. It will come down to those initial trades, and Madeline, he wins that. But still a quick trade there on the board, but Russ replies back. Man advantage in the hands of Velocity, but a big mistake from Lightning Fast. Overconfident, but Russ has still got things in check, as he will save the day for Velocity, and Velocity Gaming, they close things out in a 2-0 fashion for this series. But still, .exe, they made it real up close and personal in the end. And generally speaking, after that split 2 setback, it feels like Velocity, they've just lost that factor.
I agree. Velocity, a team which has already qualified for the Ascension qualifier, if this is how they are playing on their strongest map, they really need to figure out a way to get that aggression which they were known for in split 1 and split 2 back. Because whatever is happening wrong, they really need to figure it out. But yes, BL2 2-0 the plus of .exe Esports. In fact, in the last round, if you notice, after the post plant, .exe had nothing in terms of the utility for the post plant. But VLT, they had so many utilities available. In fact, Madeline has had the entire kit with him.
Yeah, I mean, without a doubt, right? Look, I understand, but Velocity at the end of the day, it felt like they were just trying to take a lot of those duels. Velocity, the only reason why they were utilizing the utilities was for their own good. It's not for the team's sake. That's what it felt like. Whenever you would see Velocity use any sort of util, it was for that own individual player. It was not for the team. We did see a few combo plays, but once again for Velocity, the fact that, as you mentioned, right, on the map Lotus, if things are getting this close, it really does not give a good look for them in the future.
Yeah, if they really want to qualify for the Ascension, because Revenant XSpark is reading Velocity. They're watching every single match of Velocity Gaming very closely, because the second best team, or should I say the first best team after Split 2, which stand a solid chance to qualify for the Ascension, is definitely Revenant XSpark. But yes, there were a few mistakes from the side of Velocity, be it on the map of Sunset or Lotus. SK Rossi was shining the most on this particular map, but the other teammates also need to step up.
Exactly, right. SK Rossi, for a moment, it felt like the man was just carrying the team on the back, because he was the only one specifically on defense who was able to find those initial picks and also go for those heroic plays. There are multiple rounds where SK Rossi was able to get the 2-piece, he was able to get the 4Ks, 3Ks, and on the back of those monstrous plays, Velocity was able to rack up those rounds. But the moment SK Rossi was getting shut down, that's where Velocity was struggling. And it feels like Velocity's kryptonite are definitely those sheriffs, because the moment .exe were getting their hands on the sheriff, they somehow were able to win those rounds.
And kudos to .exe, although they lost against the plus of Velocity today, but yes, the way they have played, they have definitely impressed me, because Sunset, be it Lotus, they did give a very strong competition to the plus of Velocity Gaming. It was just the attacking half on the map of Lotus where they need to work, need to figure out what really happened wrong. Or maybe they just need to find a way to deal with SK Rossi and his operator shots. If they find a way to shut down SK Rossi, I think in the attacking half also .exe can give a very strong competition to the plus of Velocity Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, just the way things really commenced, right? At the start, we thought Velocity for them, it's probably going to be another steamroll on the map Lotus, but then later on, slowly and steadily, felt like .exe was showing those signs of life. Especially when Velocity was on the attack, it felt like Velocity was just not able to find any sort of room other than the A side itself. And since they were already executing the A side so much, Velocity wanted to switch things up a little bit more because they knew now there's going to be a proper trap setup. But since Velocity was not able to execute any of their side that well, Velocity started to struggle a bit too much on the attack, and then that switch on towards defense. Once again, initially Velocity was doing really good, but later on when it felt like .exe knew exactly what VLT was doing, Velocity once again was getting countered.
And that is what I feel, that every single team has read the players of Velocity Gaming like a book. Everyone knows what sort of plays Velocity Gaming is going to make every single time they go in save rounds towards the B side, in the pistol round towards the B side, in the main round towards the A side. C side has been a problem, especially DC. That guy was an ugly thorn for the players of Velocity Gaming in the attacking half. But the MVP has to be Exe Rossi with 26 kills and 6 first kills, 298 ACS. Perfect stats has been showcased by Exe Rossi.
Of course, it's going to be Exe Rossi, as you mentioned, right, with the ACS of 298 as well. And Exe Rossi, there is one clear pattern in the match gameplay, which is, especially on the defense, push towards C, get that initial pick, instantly teleport away. That's what Exe Rossi likes to do, and that's what he entire time on defense. But then you saw, right, when it felt like .exe knew exactly what Exe Rossi's trying to do, Velocity was getting countered on the defense as well, which means Velocity needs to switch things up in the future, and they need to come up with better counter strat. We have the stats on the board. Velocity, they ended up winning the entire series, so once again, props to them. 15 first kills, and on the other hand, you've got .exe with just 9.
Yeah, post-plant, not that great for the players of Velocity Gaming as well, but looking at the player performance, Trinity, the MVP from the side of .exe, 21 in 18 with 2 assists, 226 ACS, 2 first kills. But Exe Rossi with 6 first kills, 298 ACS, even Madeline with that initiator utility was also providing so much. And Russ, yes, the kills are not in his favor, too many, but the assists are there. And as an initiator, you need to have those assists. You need to provide that initiator utility, which Russ was providing every single time. But I also have a thought regarding the players of VLT. That VLT is trying to save all the strats for the Ascension qualifiers. Maybe they don't want to reveal all the strats at this stage.
Look, I would love to be as optimistic as you, but Shadow, let's not forget, they were eliminated out of the split too.
Yeah.
From lower brackets. So if they're really saving those strategies, and if it's really costing them so much, in my opinion, just come up with something new, man. Just experiment, right? At the end of the day, you're extremely close to that qualification of the Ascension qualifiers, and it feels like we're not even seeing that proper experimentation from the side of Velocity too. They're just relying on the similar set plays, and Velocity, they know one thing. They're mechanically solid, pretty much unbeatable in this region, and that's why Velocity is constantly relying on those mechanics over and over again.
I agree with what you said, but looking at the brackets with SA12 and Global Esports Academy was our first matchup where SA12 was able to 2-0 the players of Global Esports Academy, and now they are moving forward. And Velocity versus .exe, we saw in Group B that they were also able to 2-0 the players of .exe, and now VLT is also moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, Group B, Velocity, as you mentioned, moving up from the upper brackets, .exe pushed down to the lower brackets. As we know, this is going to be a double elimination format. But as we move on towards tomorrow's schedule, tomorrow we're going to kick things off with Exe versus Revenant XSpark, and then Asterisk versus. You've also got Reckoning Esports. Both the matchups are extremely solid. Reckoning Esports in Split 2, they were exceeding limits, while Revenant XSpark, of course, the victors.
Well, certainly they won in Split 2, but Revenant Esports came as a surprise in Split 2, especially the way they played against the players of Velocity Gaming. That has already given a major confidence boost to the players of Reckoning at this point, and I can't wait to see Reckoning going up against the big giants like Velocity and Revenant XSpark, but those matches will come later on. But tomorrow, what are your predictions, Neeraj?
I think it's going to be 2-0 in both the matchups. I don't think I'm going to try to sugarcoat it this time. Revenant XSpark, of course, the winners, so without a doubt, I think the first matchup should be extremely easy for them. And the second one as well, Revenant Esports should be the one to come through with flying colors. But what do you think?
I agree with you. Whatever you said, 2-0 should be for both the BO3s. Revenant Reckoning ought to win 2-0 tomorrow. But I'm up for surprise every time.
Of course, man. I mean, we have been seeing a lot of surprises. .exe taking the series so close. We never saw this coming. Every single map pretty much just came down to the wire. And even Velocity, I'm pretty sure they were sweating for a moment. But for now, that's going to be it from me, Necro, and Shadow. We'll see you guys tomorrow with some more exciting matchups. We'll see you guys tomorrow itself. Peace out.
Here we go! What's this?
Hold up. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. I ain't taking no loss, no loss, no loss. Look, I'ma always win. And I'ma do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again. I'ma always win.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.